Let it rip.
Go.
Yo,
What is up,
what's
everybody?
good? This is your...
Oh, go ahead.
No, do your thing,
All right. What's good, everybody? Welcome to the live. I know this is the first time you're seeing this. We kind of impromptu decided to do this, but we felt it'd be, a little bit more fun. Also, being able to have some chat interactions while we're talking. So, as you know, myself, burstzgyt here. We've got our good friend Bomb. We got
Yo, what's
Sai.
good?
Go ahead, say what's up to the people.
Yo, what's good? It's your boy Quincy Saiorus. You know how I get down, you know how I do up here with my brothers, these jets, always do what they do, love the work that they do. And we're here to talk about what we all love to talk about, our collecting of the action figure galore. It has been a crazy year, and there's a lot to talk about, especially just in terms of just Dragon Ball. It is blowing up astronomically, and, well, we got some things to talk about.
All right, and with that, we're just gonna get straight into it and talk about the Dragon Ball SHF releases up to this point, and then we can dive deep into predictions for SDCC or what has already kind of been shown and what may end up being shown at the event. All right, so I'm gonna pull up a couple of links, and we'll just go straight through it. Let's see here. We're going to go to Tamashii Web. A lot of people don't know about Tamashi's actual website. You find a lot of basic information on this website, I promise you. Here we go.
And with that, I just want to add this. Hey, our good brother Burst, he's always dropping these links. Like, he's always dropping these links. Yeah, I highly encourage y'all. Yo, click these links. Check these things out for yourself. Keep yourselves in the loop, life goes on, we all still have our regular day-to-day lives, there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes with us that we, have to do, and we don't always get to be able to catch up on all of this stuff, so hence why, this episode took so long. It's been a lot of stuff going on, so do yourselves that justice, stay up to date on your stuff on your own, and hey, spread the word out. If we miss something, or something you're interested in, hey, let the community know,
Yes, sir. Yes,
Absolutely.
sir. All right, so jumping straight into it. Who wants to start?
You can take the bomb. I'm gonna sit back a bit.
So the SHFiguarts releases so far this year, I feel like a lot of people in general, just in the community, feel like that releases have been lackluster for one reason or another, whether it's, bad QC, things of that nature. But I think this is ultimately, and I guess we'll get here in a little bit, it's a calm before the storm. Y'all are going to hate Tamashii next year, in my estimation, because there's going to be so many cool things. Oh, yeah. But, I just wanted to amp it up a little bit. But as far as this year goes, like the SDCC exclusives are kind of like meh. Goku is cool, or what have you, but everything else is like, they're good re-releases because they haven't been released in a while, but I just don't care for them, But, the Goku is the golden egg of this group. As far as everything else, I'm really looking forward to that 100% Frieza that was just there.
Yeah, that 100% Frieza is just, man. Everything about him is awesome. I just wish he came with replacement parts for that sliced off effect. Like that's the one thing he needs right now.
Agreed. Like, you are absolutely right. Like, in all honesty, I really think that that's gonna be the best release for this year. That's just me being honest. Like I won't have to just keep it 100. Like, everybody was hyped for the Gohan, right? Everybody was hyped for the 3.0 Cell games go on. But I'm not gonna lie, it left me feeling like how I did with, well, myself and Burst both were feeling about the Metal Cooler. Hyped for it, but once you got in hand, it just left you wanting more. Like, it just felt very lackluster. Like, it just didn't feel complete. And, it's not to say, because it didn't come with the Super Saiyan 2 head or whatever. It just, I don't know what it was. It wasn't it didn't hit. Like it didn't hit. Like this. Look at this man right here. This man. That's a thick boy. Like yo,
For real.
This is like, I'm gonna let y'all know this right now. We've been saying this. We said this the last one. This is gonna be the preface for Super Vegeta. Letting you know this right now. That's what this is gonna be, because literally, that whole sculpture is gonna move over to him. How they do the articulation, how it has. Of course, he's not gonna be that big. Pause. But it's gonna be in that ballpark. It's gonna be like that. So like keep this in mind. But like my brother said, like yo, I really wish it came with the cut off arms, the cut in half body. Like I would have been all for that. Like that would have been really, really dope. Like seriously, that would have completed everything. And I'm gonna feel some kind of way if they release something else and it comes with another figure. I'm gonna feel some kind of way about that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna feel some type of way about that. But like for real, like I really think, yeah, this is gonna be their best figure, like hands down, like 100%.
Agreed.
So two things I want to add. Two things I want to double back and add. I almost forgot about the other two premium Bandais for the end of the year, and
Oh yeah.
Super 17, definitely looking forward to it because I wanted to do my fantasy matchup of Super 17 versus Orange Piccolo. King
Nice.
Cold, I think, will be a sleeper, but the thing is, he's King Cold, and I haven't heard anybody say, "Where's King Cold for Sparking Zero?" So he's King Cold. People not really like he's a different character to have in your collection, different sculpt and everything, but he's not he's not box office. He's not Broly, right? Also, another release that was kind of went under the radar this year, and also re-released, to be fair, was Trunks. And the thing is, it was like a day late and $1 short. What do I mean by that?
Big facts.
They got the QC basically perfect on that Trunks, and it just left me scratching my head, or not scratching my head, but just I don't even know the word for it. It's like, I couldn't do this the first time around. How'd y'all get it perfect this time around?
The word you're looking for, good sir, befuddled. That's the word you're
Like,
looking for.
y'all got it perfect this time? I didn't hear not one person that got the reissue complain about QC. And it's like, you can't do this for every figure? What was the formula? What was the sugar, spice, and everything nice that y'all used for that figure?
True, because what's insane? Like the fact that the figure came, like in the stomach area, it was backwards. The arms were two different sizes on the actual peg attachments, and it was just one of those things where I don't blame the whole Vietnam China situation. I think that can be overblown sometimes, but it does make you wonder, like, are there just specific factories that just suck at following the instructions, or do they make the instructions too difficult during the assembly? Because at that point, such a big turnaround with the difference in quality, it's crazy and makes you really think.
Yeah, I agree, because it's one of those things where it's like, I know we're not there yet, we're gonna get there later, but it's just one of those things where it's like, the turnaround for it, when you look at like third party, like I said, I know we don't get there, just a little bit. Like, look at Demonical Fit's Martialist Factor, right? Everybody complained about one thing with that figure: the knees. They kept catching. Literally, while they were still in the initial release, they redid the knees. I'm like, how do you even do that? Like, and all I could think to myself is, wait a minute, this is third party, and you telling me Tamashi, they can't? Nah, I'm not trying to hear that. I'm not trying to hear that. Like, in third party, still first wave release, they fixed the QC issue that they heard everybody saying, and literally got the new ones out. Like, still in the first wave. So with Tamashi, it's one of those things. Is like, like you said, like manufacturers and factories and whatnot. It's like, how does this even happen, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And you already know my take on this. I've discussed this with y'all numerous times. It really is one of those, hey, we already know we're going to get those first-term buyers. We already know we got this money in the bank. They're already going to put their pre-orders in. And it is what it is. And it's like, that's literally how it goes. It's like, that sucks. But that's really, really what happens. Because this was one of the most anticipated figures to get released. one of the most anticipated figures. And it's like, for them to drop the ball the way they did on that, it made no sense. Like there was no rhyme or reason for that, like at all. Especially like Mom said, to literally come out with the reissue and it's perfect. Nah, that they point blank period. They need to be doing their QC, their quality control. They all need to be retrained or something because, or a new manager, somebody, because that should never even happen.
Yeah, well, at this point, all we can keep hoping for is that it just gets, better and more consistent. But I feel like, I don't know, a lot of the focus is on Dragon Ball when that stuff happens. I don't hear a lot of those type of complaints when it comes to a lot of the other minor lines that they do. Dragon Ball is just the vocal majority for sure, though.
Oh yeah, I've heard it for One Piece, for sure.
For One Piece, yeah. But I mean, like in general, like for example, you don't hear anybody really, aside from design choices. Like for example, you don't hear anybody complaining about Spy X Family off the rip. It's usually just people saying, "Oh, why can't we have an articulated Anya with soft goods?" Which they finally did after 2 years of dropping the whole plastic ones that have no articulation. But you don't really hear it that much for other lines, which makes you wonder, like, how do other people really feel about that stuff when it happens? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you. Right. Like, but you know what though? The fact that you brought that up, the other lines, this harkens back to something that we talked about our second cast, when we was like, yo, do we think that they're spreading themselves too thin?
Oh yeah.
And here we are now, 2024, and like exactly what we said back then is happening. Because it's not just just Dragon Ball by itself. It's literally across several lines at this point, and we've all seen that. Like even down to engineering choices, we're like, okay, this is not it. Like who thought this was a good idea? Like the way they did Zoro, ooh Jesus, like that was just man. Man, like we seen it. Everybody was like not happy. So it's just like a lot of things that's just coming into play where it's like, hey, they need to get that same QC value across all the lines that they have. They really, really need to.
Yeah, I don't know, like the inside, I don't know the inside thing with Tamashi and all that stuff, but it makes me wonder a lot of the times, like when they have the same sculptors and designers and whatnot, why they continue to do stuff like, for example, they have all these One Piece characters that have butterfly joints. And like you said, Zoro doesn't have butterfly joints. He's got this weird up and down thing going on, and a swordsman needs to be able to move their arms. I have never seen them do that on another swordsman. What makes them make those decisions in that room? I have no idea. And how does it even pass through all of the levels of, people that have to review the figure and approve the figure? Because even the people over at One Piece, all the official companies, Shueisha and all that stuff, they have to review it and approve it. I don't know how it gets that far for these high level figures. You know what I mean? Like if it's something like those anime heroes figures, I'm sure is not that big of a deal. But when it comes to these type of things, it feels like there should be a little bit more take it back to the drawing board type of deal. You know what I mean? And I'm sure they've had many things like that, but it feels like a little bit more needs to happen.
Well, I'll say this to what you're saying, right? And sorry if y'all can hear the car outside, but all the stuff that you just mentioned, Burst, all the stuff that you just mentioned, Burst, takes me back to my conspiracy of intentional design flaws. So I can sell you another Zoro figure, or in many cases another Goku figure, and it'll be upgraded. It'll have better QC. It'll have a better face sculpt. And, wash, rinse, repeat, that type of process. And what made me think of this is when you said, well, how did they get through all these different reviews and, all the different processes that it takes for a figure to be approved? And the only thing I could think of is that, well, we have a plan. We're going to release a Zoro that doesn't have this issue. So, really drop this one, and people will be dissatisfied, and then we'll also set the expectations lower because, damn, that Zoro was kind of mid. as the kids say nowadays. But now when we give you this new Zoro, oh snap! They improved this. They gave it a butterfly joint. He's actually able to do his swordsman poses properly, when that should have been the thing from the jump. You feel me?
Yeah, for real. I could see that happening because they still have to do his what's it called? Return to Sabaody look, where it's basically the same color. It's the same outfit, but in green. They still have to do that one eventually. So you might be right on the money with that, because it would be a whole different figure. And at that point, I think a lot of people would be more pissed though, because it's like, okay, now we're getting that figure is way better. When are you going to give us the other one back, in the black? Never, because that was just, they already passed that point. But still, it is wild that that's a possibility though.
You know what it is? It's literally like we've discussed this in full detail, like numerous times, especially me and Bob. That was like one of the first conversations he and I ever had when we first met. So it really is like, yo, straight up, it really is, cash grab. That's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Sucks to say it, but it's the truth, because it's like, for example, who's following in that very suit for Dragon Ball? Vegeta. Literally following in that same suit. With Vegeta, right? Here's what it is, but a lot of people don't understand. The thing is with Vegeta is there's not much that they can do with him. You have to think about it. He is one of the second main characters. Let's just keep it real. The second main character, right? And out of all of them, he's had the most character progression, but has been the simplest character throughout the whole entire franchise. His clothes don't change. His clothes don't change. You look at it, right? There's really not much else you can do with Vegeta besides transformation. There's nothing else you can do. Like, okay, you look at it. All right, you got Saiyan Saga Vegeta. All right, different armor. All right, then you get to Frieza Saga. Okay, you move away the skirt piece. Top is pretty much still the same. All right. You get to later on in Frieza Saga, old battle style armor. All right, cool. And then now after that, what do you have him in? The battle armor and then the blue spandex. That's it. That's all you got. Everything else, he's in something else completely different. Which I'm gonna let y'all know this right now. Be prepared. Like Mom said, y'all gonna hate them next year. Be prepared for a lot of Pete Bandai exclusives. Be prepared for that, because buddy, it's gonna be wild. So because they can't really do much else with Vegeta, that's why his releases are so sparse. That's why his whole dynamic, I should say, is just like far and few in between here and there. That's why you're only gonna get like changes in the boots or new head sculpts. That's why this Super Vegeta is gonna set the benchmark.
Yep.
It's really gonna set the benchmark for what Vegeta is going to be from now on. Like, that thing is going to skyrocket in price. So I'm gonna let y'all know this right now. When that thing goes up in pre-order, y'all better put in y'all pre-order straight up and down, because once that thing is gone, it's gonna be gone. That's just keeping it real. So it's like from there, that's where the new base is gonna be set for. Because after that, what else do you really have? Only thing you really got after that is blue spandex. Blue Saga Vegeta. That's really it. That's all you got after that. So that's all there is to it. And then, now you get into other transformations or Badman Vegeta and everything else, which we'll touch on that stuff later. But that's how it is for him. That's why you don't really have that many Vegeta releases. And that's why you keep getting these releases of him pretty much the same thing all over again. It's barely even a 2.8. We see that right now with the old Battlestar armor, with the 24,000 power level. It's like they could have done a lot more with that. They should have, but they didn't. Why? Because they're going to do the same thing that they did to us with Legendary Super Saiyan Goku. How they did the releases, all those reissues of the previous ones, and then they smacked us with the new one. New hotness, older busted. That's literally what's going to happen with Vegeta. New hotness, older busted.
Where have I heard that saying from? That saying is so familiar to me. It sounds like it's from a TV show.
Men in Black.
Oh my God, man! I gotta watch that movie again. That line right there is it. But yeah, I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
Because, man, like when I got that 24,000 power level Vegeta, I was sitting there like, listen, I'm as a Vegeta fan, like hardcore. It's hard for me to say I dislike that figure, but there's a lot about it that just simply could have been made to be more in line with where we're going in the engineering for these figures. Like, did we need the butt flaps that they have still? No. Could they have reduced the shoulders to be a little bit more sleeker? Yes. I mean, they have the shoulders to do that if they wanted to just reuse them again. But, you know, then they do a really good job with getting that accuracy down, the height adjusted, the face plates and hair looking like on point for those specific scenes it's referring to and stuff like that. But then they just make those weird choices where it's like, okay, how long ago did you have this figure in mind that it couldn't just get updated all the way? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you.
And I mean that the old battle suit just basically being I don't even know what to call it, just a redress essentially of the same figure, you know. And it being premium Bandai for that one specifically that a lot of people were asking for is a little weird. You know, I feel like that one would do perfectly fine on shelves. I don't know why they feel the need to keep locking him, like the good ones, away behind premium Bandai. Like, it is an odd choice overall. But just so we can keep on going in the right direction here, I think we'll quickly go through these releases up to now and then jump into San Diego Comic-Con and get everybody's frustrations with barbecue Jiren and, you know, shiny trunks out the way, because I know a lot of people don't like those, but they do love that Goku, even though it's another, you know, 2.0 Goku. All right, so let me put this back on the screen. I'll quickly just go through the releases we've had this year. Okay, so we had Dr. Gero, Android number 20. I'll be honest with you. That one, in comparison to Android 19, I feel like Android 20 fell off. Android 19 felt like he was such a very unique and well put figure, but compared to Android 20, it feels a little lackluster. Anybody else feel like that?
Yeah. I agree with you on that one. Like you see it, like seeing it in review after review, like you definitely see it. Like I have it, you know, it's being brought to me. I haven't had a chance to take over yet. But like in every review that I've seen so far, everyone has like generally said the same exact thing. It's all been the same. Like nothing that literally what you just said has been the general consensus across the board.
Yeah, because I don't know if it's like his legs just in comparison to how they did Android 19s that they just feel very, I don't know, not as posable. I mean, he's got the same shoulders, you know, same type of butterfly joint and whatnot, but I don't know. He just, in comparison, doesn't feel super, I don't know, interesting, or I don't know, fun to pose. That's probably the word I'm looking for. But then we also have that. Oh yeah. Before we move on, did you have any thoughts, Bomb?
Yeah, I most certainly did. For Android 20, I think the thing is, well, it's a shame that you say it's not fun to pose because I haven't gotten them in hand yet, but I will. I got a lot of catching up to do in terms of figures. But that being said, if anything, he should be more fun to pose than Android 19, for sure, because he's a skinnier character. We understand that these characters that are thicker or bulkier or fatter, whatever term you want to use, will typically be harder, you know, to engineer and have them be in these super dynamic poses because they got just more mass to it. So the fact that you're saying that Android 20 isn't that fun to pose is like a real shame. It should be fun to pose.
Yeah, and I mean, part of it is probably just because he feels, I think, a little bit shorter in comparison to, like, for example, the Yamcha. And I mean, that Yamcha is a little rough around the edges. And probably that's why, I mean, like, posing him just with Android 19, I'm sure that it's fun enough, but I feel like trying to pose him against other characters, he doesn't have, I don't know, maybe a little bit more height on him would help just overall, since the rest of the line, as you've seen, you know, was a little bit taller back then, and right now they're kind of upscaling more characters to be taller. But these ones, Android 19 and 20 were like in development, I don't know what, 3-4 years, maybe more ago. So they're kind of behind the curve when it comes to that.
I mean, for that is more so one of those, you know, we already did it, we already have mold, we already cast everything, we're not gonna change it. That's what like we saw that with Yamcha. He's a prime example. We saw that he was behind the scenes for how many years? It got to the point where we even thought that they were gonna redo it and put him on a 3.0 mode, and nope, that didn't happen. So it's like that's really what it was. It was one of those. It's already done. All we gotta do is just put it out at this point. We're not gonna go back and rechange nothing.
Yeah, they gotta stop. Like, I don't know, these ankles that they're doing for these type of older 2.0 figures. At this point, with any new figure that comes out, I feel like they need to just abandon that and give them either the ball peg hinge feet that they've been doing, like for LSSJ Goku. Like, that just needs to be the new standard, because these double ball peg ankles are not it, man. Like, they just don't have the necessary articulation to do what you really want with the limited legs as well. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Absolutely.
I want to sidetrack just a little bit, because something that I've heard from like friends, subscribers, is that 3.0 isn't necessarily all it's cracked up to be, in the sense of sometimes aesthetics. So, for example, a lot of the 3.0 sayings, let me be very specific. Ultimate Gohan, Legendary Super Saiyan Goku, right? I've heard some people say, well, like the neck is too thick. Now, I'm only presenting this because, not everyone likes the 3.0 like that. Some people are like, I prefer the 2.0. But like all the necks are too thick, or the figures look kind of stubby. They have a stubby aesthetic to them. And while I can see what they're saying, I think the issues, particularly, let's say the Legendary Super Saiyan Goku, I think it might be an issue of how low it sits on the neck, but I think the neck length is actually fine. And then also with the 3.0, or the more recent 3.0, or the 3.5, as I like to call it. I call it 3.5 because, all the 3.5-esque figures have that soft crotch piece. That's what I'm doing it to elevate it to that little half point. But a lot of the 3.5 figures have that hip lip, as I like to call it. That doesn't need to be there, which I know they're going to eventually phase out, but why put it there in the first place? Why? Because, gotta make some money. Intentional design flaws. Doesn't need to be there at all. But that was my little sidetrack.
Definitely.
You're right. That's the play devil's advocate a little bit, like I completely saying that. Like, there are like aesthetic flaws. Like, absolutely, I would never deny that. I will not sit here and say that they're not there. But like, like the neck, like, yeah, I can see. I've said something about the neck. About it sitting, about the head sitting too low on the neck and everything like that. But at the same time, it's like, you look back at the reference material, it's accurate. It's anime accurate, it's manga accurate, like, that's literally how they look. So it's like, I can't really argue with that. Like, it sucks, but that's literally how they're drawn. So it's one of those things where it's one of those things where, what can you really say about it? It's like, either you want anime accuracy, you want manga accuracy, or you just not gonna be happy. It's one of the two, So it's one of those things where it's not even a compromise. You have to accept it for what it is, especially being that it's what you want. That flaw may be there, you may not like it, but it's literally what you're asking for. You want that accuracy. So
True.
I can understand that. I can understand. But I agree with you with the hip lip. Nah, that I don't know I don't know why that's there. that just needs to go away. That just needs to be going. Like, straight up and down. Like, poof, be going.
For sure.
Exactly.
One last thing. A lot of these things can be posed away, to be fair. Once you pose the figure up, a lot of these things don't really, at least to me, stand out as an issue. That's all. Go ahead, Burst.
All right, for sure. I do agree with that. I feel like a lot of people, I don't know, get too in depth about, oh, well, if I can see it, it's going to bother me. I mean, if you're posing your figures, is it really going to bother you? Are you really staring at whatever it is that's usually bothering you that deeply? Because at that point, what's the point of having the figure if you can't enjoy it in some way? You know what I mean?
Big facts.
But real quick, So we had last year's STCC exclusives that released, I think, sometime in, I want to say March or April of this year, maybe earlier, I forget. Nothing too crazy about these. You know, we're getting a third party of this 2-pack, which we'll talk about later. And we got the Raditz and Gohan and the Majin Vegeta. Pretty solid lineup last year in comparison to this year. I know a lot of people are kind of probably tapping out, which, I mean, it's never a bad option to save money. So I don't think it's a bad thing that people are saying, I'll probably skip this year's exclusives. We also got that reissue of the SSGSS Vegeta, which came with a special stand. I don't think it came with the actual like claw and arm. I think it just came with the actual base, which is kind of weird.
Correct. That is correct.
Did either of you guys get that one, or you skipped it?
Skipped it because I got the original release.
Right.
That's what it is.
I got it. I got it because I missed out on the original because I was employed, so I couldn't get it. Yeah. You know how that goes. So it just comes with the plate. There's no song with it. It's really just a plate.
Yeah, that sucks because I got that the Iron Man for the same anniversary little tag, and I thought I was missing stuff, but no, that's just how it came. I don't know if they expect people to just go buy the rest of the parts themselves, but it probably couldn't have been that hard to add it in, you know. I almost forgot. We got GT Kid Goku. How do you guys feel about that one?
So that Goku is interesting because it's going to be the template for our Dragon Ball Daima Goku, which also explains kind of the timing of it. But even before this figure was even revealed, I don't want to get into third-party stuff, never mind. But the GT Kid Goku, he's cool enough. I'm very curious to see who they're going to, if they decide to do a whole nother figure, which is going to be Super Saiyan Kid Goku, or if they're going to put those head sculpts with another figure. I suspect it'll end up being with another figure. He'll be the new Ultimate Gohan, so to speak, from Superhero. Because, you know, the Ultimate Gohan from Superhero, all his stuff came with, he had mad different accessories coming with other characters, so...
Yeah, like Broly and having a windswept Gohan hair and they never interacted in the whole movie.
Didn't interact until the end of the superhero arc.
In the manga, you? Man, you know what else about this Goku?
What's up?
Listen, there's probably a very small chance of it happening, but all they have to do is change up the colors, add a couple things here and there, and you got a Goku Jr. After that, we need a Vegeta Jr. I don't know when, but it's gotta happen. All right.
I'm telling you right now, that's an instant cop. I ain't gonna cap. That's an instant cop. Like, that's just been real, straight up and down.
For sure.
Like these, like, look, straight up off the rip. This is it's gonna go one of two ways, right? Like you said, it could potentially be a build-a-figure like Gohan was, or it's gonna be a whole new release, right? Now, my mindset, right? I'll look at it. If I want to sell more GT figures, and knowing that GT, the anime itself, didn't do too well, how do I get more figures sold? I'm going to sell parts of the main character with other figures. That way I know people are going to buy it because they want to complete this figure. Who am I talking about? You got a lot. You get first one that comes to mind. Was it General Rildo? Off the rip. You can do that.
Which one?
Yeah, if they do the other, if they do the right version of Rildo, it'll be good.
Either or, they could hit us and go the whole cooler route, metal cooler route again. Who knows, right?
Man,
I'm just saying. I won't be surprised if that's what actually happens. Because again, have to keep in mind, GT was fundamentally accepted more so outside of Japan than in Japan itself. Japan, they just took a dump on GT.
Yeah.
It was bad. But outside of Japan, everybody, they got praise. They got so much praise. It was like, oh, snap, like this is what's up. So with the rest of this line, with the rest of the figures that you have coming out now, because I mean, you essentially like look at it. You have the main 3 characters. All of them are premium Bandai exclusives. That's crazy. That's already setting the well, aside from Goku, the other 2, they're premium Bandai releases. That sets a whole precedent just for that by itself. You got Trunks and you got Pain, and it's like, okay, all right, how is that going down? And then you drop Super 17, and it's like, all right, wait, hold up, pause. Okay, hair, dragon fist, cool. You got the tail and the new waist piece coming with Trunks. It's like, all right, and what is it? Pan, you got the happy face coming with that. Like, yeah, man. Like, I really won't be surprised if this ends up being that Build-A-Figure, same as. But at the same time, and again, talking about imaginations, I won't be surprised if they give us a whole new Goku. Like, I won't be surprised if they give us a whole new GT Goku, you know. And for y'all who don't remember, he does go Super Saiyan 2 in one scene. And I said that to my homies. They know what scene I'm talking about. He does go Super Saiyan 2 one time. So don't be surprised if that's like some premium Bandai exclusive that comes with somebody at some point. So, like, it's they can go one or 2 ways, if not go both. I would not be surprised, being completely honest.
I at least just don't want them to do, like, for example, whenever they decide to do the Shadow Dragon stuff, I only want them to do the really, I feel, necessary stuff to include with those characters, for if they're going to include Goku accessories, like do the most necessary stuff, which I think should be more funny stuff. Like, for example, if we get a Nova Shenron, he should come with a faceplate for SSJ4 Goku with the eating the Dragon Ball or something of that nature where it makes sense, or the Dragon Ball on his forehead, you know, just alleviate the stress of feeling like it has to be something like a form, if that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying. Because I want to add one more detail to what you're saying. You said you hope they only add the necessary stuff. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I wouldn't be surprised if like only Nova, Ice Shenron, and, you know, Sen Shenron and Omega. Those are the only 4 Shadow Dragons that are made, to be honest. Because the rest, I hardly remember. I remember the big fat green guy. That was the first one that they fought. But after that,
I think, for me, it's just. Oh, go ahead.
No, I said then you had the mole one, then you had the one that they thought was a girl, and then a dude. It was like, it was crazy.
Yeah.
So I mean, I can see that.
Yeah, really, that when it comes to Shadow Dragons, Nova Shenron, Ice Shenron, and Oceanus, and then of course Sin are really the only ones that will come to mind like straight away in terms of like a humanoid form that makes sense for a figure. But even then, Oceanus, I feel like probably wouldn't get a figure. She's like, I don't know, she's like a one-time deal. I feel she's not there long enough to really justify it. Maybe, I don't know. They are giving chances to people like Kui, so who knows.
Fair enough. And I said specifically, if Kui can be made, then that opens the possibilities for anybody to be made. So anybody that has reservations, like, oh, why haven't they done this super popular character yet? Don't worry, they moving on their own time, and they know that y'all hyped to do that. They see the comments, where's Kid Buu? And we're gonna get to him later, because I'm about to get y'all with that. But
I'm going ham.
Where's Kid Buu? You know, where's characters like Future Gohan? They coming. Best believe they see and that they're coming. And to be fair, the longer that they take to make, hypothetically, the better the figure should be by the time it drops. Hypothetically.
You know, segueing in here, talking about, you know, how any character potentially could get made. You know, if they made a Raspberry figure for the Moro Saga, you know, that'd be OD, man. That'd be amazing. But we do have this quote-unquote manga UI Goku, which, you know, it's one of those releases where, honestly, this is one I would have taken a head kit for, as opposed to the whole figure with the book. I would have taken a head kit for, because they were going to re-release that UI body anyway, man. Like, let's be honest, they were not going to not release it.
Well, with this particular figure, and me and Saiorus have talked about this extensively,
Oh, yes.
Saiorus hates what this figure stands for. What do I mean by that? So this is something I was actually for. Having a figure based on a particular art style or artist. I love that idea because there's certain artists that I love. Yuya Takahashi, he's had some of the best scenes in the Tournament of Power in terms of art direction, particularly when Vegeta first fought Jiren. If you remember that fight sequence, it looked like Buu Saga Dragon Ball Z, didn't it? That's
Yuya Takahashi, the homie, bro. That's the best animator right there. Sorry.
All good, all good. And I like Toyotaro's artwork, but even with this figure, which I thought it was a fine release because, a lot of up until that point, we hadn't gotten an Ultra Instinct release by official. So I thought it was nice. However, I would argue that this is the artwork that they were showing even on the box art. It would have been nice if we got that figure instead of, the head sculpt on the mold that we already had before. Sure would have been nice, but I understand the play. I understand the play. Give us all a 2.0 till it comes out our noses, and then, give us the new hotness later on. So, what are you going to do? But yeah, I think it's a fine enough release. The Ultra Instinct body mold is actually pretty good, pretty decent. So, nothing. I wouldn't say it's terrible. It's just, I know you can do better.
Yeah, a lot of people wanted that scar on his chest too, but they weren't having it. They probably told him in the room, "Nah, bro, you can't draw the scar on him. Gotta take it off."
Bro, we're not up for moral content. That's gonna be a while from now. Y'all want moral stuff? I'm gonna be in my 30s probably by the time that comes out. To give y'all a point of reference, I'm 26. So I'll probably be in my 30s, probably early mid 30s by the time we get to moral content. I'm not even exaggerating at all.
Honestly,
look how long it's taken us to do all the Frieza Saga stuff. We're now closing out the Frieza Saga stuff. So imagine how long from now it's gonna be when we get to Moro. Sheesh. The only way that's gonna speed up is if the anime comes back sooner than we think. But either way, I hand it off.
Any thoughts?
Yeah. I'm go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
Any last thoughts on the UI Goku?
Say again?
Any last thoughts on the UI Goku?
Oh yeah. So what Bob was talking about, right? What I hate. For me, collecting, I started with Gunpla. Off the rip. That was it for me. When I started with Gunpla, and I talked about this, our very first cast. Our very, very first cast. And I didn't want to segue what they did with Gundams over into Dragon Ball. The whole releasing of characters based off of different art. And that's what they did with Gunpla. You had, anime version, the Endless Waltz version. This is just, Gundam Wings by itself, Just that, and it just kept happening so much. There's so many different iterations of so many different model kits. The version Kotoki Unicorn from UC Century, it was just so much. And I was like, yo, I really, really hope that they don't do this with Dragon Ball. And they are definitely going down this route with Dragon Ball, unfortunately. Don't get me wrong, I love, again, they're already big, the best artist. He is what it is. He is. But it's just, everybody has their particulars, but it's getting to the point where, like I said, I don't want it to be not fun. That's how I feel about it. Because that's how Gunpla got for me. And a lot of people started to see that, and then Gundam just kind of fell off. It really just fell off. We haven't really seen anything that exciting like that in a long time, So it's to do this with Dragon Ball, which sucks because they can get away with doing Dragon Ball because Dragon Ball is still ongoing. So everyone's like, oh yeah, for sure. And y'all really need to pay attention because just like with this Goku, it's not, it's really not much difference to it besides the head sculpt. Really not. Everything else is still the same like how it was the very first issue. Everything is still the same. The only difference is you get less. And that's just be honest. You get less. You got the Kamehameha effects, the first one and all this and that. The second one, maybe not. It's up to them. It's on the women. So, but with this, it's just, you see this, and then we see what we saw from third party. And third party is making this look the way how we all want it to look, and that's just keeping it 100. Like the video that Bomb did, the Ultra Wars, yo, it's real. Like, and sucks to say this, but Tamashi gonna be at the bottom of that totem pole when you compare it to the other ones. When they do drop, when they do come out, and it's gonna be like, yeah, y'all could have did a way better job. You know, like y'all should have done a way better job. And just to sidetrack off of that, I need y'all to keep this in your mind. Like Mom said, they moved to the beat of their own drum. I've said that for forever. That's like one of the first things I've spoke to my brothers up here about. This is really like, yo, third party does not make Tamashi move. I don't want anybody to think that, oh, third party's doing this, so Tamashi gotta do this. That will never ever be the case, because y'all have to keep in mind, a lot of stuff that third party drops is always like a head scope or an accessory that you have to have the Tamashi Nation release for to utilize.
Yep.
So keep that in mind. Third party is helping Tamashi line their pockets. That's always what it's going to be. So Tamashi sees that. Why do you think Tamashi ain't shut none of them down yet? Like, they see all this stuff. There's too much for them not to see. They see all this stuff. So it's like, y'all helping us line our pockets because you're putting out stuff that goes with our figures, our releases, which pushes people to buy our product even more. Y'all are fine. Go ahead and do what you do. Y'all giving us more money too. So, in a sense, they're working in tandem with one another. Not, on paper, but like realistically, how you look at it, that's really what it is. So it'll never ever be third party is making Tamashi do this. Don't ever think that. Just get that out of your head right now. I just had to put that out there.
I know, I agree, man. I'm saying like somewhat of the same thing, because people, listen, I know some people are not joking when they say the third parties are beating Tamashi. They just aren't, man. I'm sorry. They're never going to acknowledge these third parties so long as they live. We can talk about the Kid Buu later, but things like that, all that's doing is just showing, okay, if they can make that figure, let's try to make ours either somewhat of better or even higher quality than what that is. That's the goal, ideally. But I don't think that they're scared or, shivering in their boots over it, at the end of the day. They have their bad figures, 100%. But they're never at the point where they feel like they're going to shut down. I mean, it's like a multi-million-dollar company at that. So, yeah. But let's keep moving. We're almost done with these releases this year. And then we can jump into the STC stuff, and then we can get into the real juicy bits, which is going to take a long portion of this stream. And I know that there's been some questions in here. Save your questions for the end. It'll be a little bit easier to go through the questions once we're all able to focus solely on the comments, because there's a lot that we want to talk about. So that's probably why it looks like we're kind of ignoring you. I'm not saying we're ignoring you guys in the comments. We're just, there's a lot to talk about. Okay. But I do see everybody there. Thank you all for joining the stream. More like these will come, so stay tuned. Let us know if you like this format, etc., etc. Let's keep it moving. All right, Mecha Frieza. How do we feel about this one?
An early template for hopefully an upgrade to fourth form Frieza. That's all I'm not saying that's all I can look at this as, but that's what I'm hoping that it ends up being.
Yeah, I would agree. I just don't like the tail. That's probably the biggest gripe for me, is like, just make the tail have more segments to it. I want a fully posable tail, man. And this one, they could have done a much better job with how they do their monster art stuff. I don't really see a lot of people complain too much about those tails. I feel like they could have done a pretty decent one for this Mecha Frieza, given it's a mechanical tail, I believe, so it shouldn't necessarily need to be one long piece, if that makes sense. I mean, it's divided in two parts, but still, it looks weird in some poses. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, y'all know I've been shopping to the high heavens to get a redo of Frieza for like the longest. Y'all know that, and I've been saying like, they should have just took from anybody that has a tail. They should have just took from Monster Arts and added it to SHfiguarts. Easy. I've been saying that like since we all started talking. Like, why isn't that a thing? It only makes sense to do that. Why not implement that same thing here? I've been complaining about implementing stuff from other lines and just crossing it up and making it perfect, but we know why, money-wise, we know what that does. If I give you perfect right now, you're not going to buy the new one that comes out later. So, like it was said earlier, you know, like I mentioned, I'm setting the bar low, so when I give you some new hotness, some nuance, a little bit of it, you're going to be like, oh, snap, it's going to blow your mind, and you're going to go on for that. It's like, this, like, again, this is like straight up a template for it, the upper body itself, just everything. It's like brush right there. Like, I don't understand how we haven't gotten a new Frieza yet. Just final form. I don't understand how we haven't gotten it. It just doesn't make any sense. So it's like one of those things where I'm hoping where, excuse me, I'm hoping it's one of those things where it's once they get back into like Super, they get return to power, we get a new Frieza, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hope, you know, it's not just a reissue, but an actual new one, like new mold, the whole nine, like that would be sick, that would be dope. Everybody would love that, everybody would jump on that and just buy it out the wazoo, like for real. I know I would.
If they made a new I want them to make a Golden Frieza too, but if they made a new fourth form Frieza, the next one that they do, and if it has the halo, they need to make the halo attachable to all versions of his head sculpt, because I got that reissue. Well, I got it a while ago. I got one of the first earlier releases when I started collecting, but it has only one peg hole for the halo. You know, I want a dead Frieza for various different things. I got to be able to put that halo on the other heads. They only have it on one. So at least, you know, in the future, if they do that, just make it compatible for all the heads, you know, so we have both options. That way you got multiple movie versions you can use or anime versions you can use for various different stuff. And in that way, that can be the new standard for like a general release basic Frieza. You know what I mean? Because the new, not the new one, but the old one is just, it's okay. Like, it's a good entry level fig. It comes with a Dragon Ball, you know, good options for the heads and various different hands and whatnot, and poses pretty decently, but in comparison to what we've got right now, it's falling apart. So yeah. Any other thoughts, Bomb or Sai?
Not really. Oh, yeah, of course. One thing, they need to figure out this torso situation, Tamashi. Because sometimes I feel like these characters should be able to crunch forward, and this is like damn near across the board, with a few exceptions, but that crunch forward, they need to work on that. Like, seriously, why can't this Frieza crunch forward? I'm not saying that he can't do it at all, but it's very minimal. That should not be a problem at this stage in the game. Crunching forward, my figure should not need to be shirtless in order to crunch forward. And to be fair, Frieza is shirtless, so what's the excuse? Let's get that ab articulation popping, seriously.
You know,
but other than that, I actually like this release. You know,
man, you kind of make me want to touch on that really quick. Okay, I'll give it a little bit of words for like 1 minute. So you know how we have the SHF Luffy from One Piece?
Yeah.
So that Raidon Onigashima version, I feel like has a really good ab crunch. I mean, it's all about the aesthetic, and I feel like a lot of the times Tamashii doesn't want to break the aesthetic, and that's why they have their ab crunch set up the way that they do. But these characters, some of the time, are shirtless. You know what I mean? The shirtless characters like LSSJ Goku, they probably could have done it even way better. I mean, it's a pretty good figure already, but they could have made that ab crunch even way better. And I mean, in comparison, where you've got the actual diaphragm having articulation, not just it being separated into two parts with a ball peg hinge inside, I don't know. I feel like we could see maybe a shift around. Because I mean, even if you look at that, what's that one? Romenki X Cow that just teased that big muscular body. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that one right there. Whenever they get finished showing us another, you know, version of it or whatever, when the sculpt is ready, that one probably is going to have some insane levels of articulation. If the other ones already have that level of articulation, like, I want to, if I can see a huge body be able to do that, and eventually with clothes on and whatnot, I don't know. SHF, sometimes they'll get there, but I don't know. that's my thoughts kind of there. It's a little jumbled, but you get what I'm saying.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Sure.
All right. I think that's about it in terms of what we've got so far. I mean, we talked about Vegeta earlier, so that's why I kind of skipped him. We talked about Frieza. All right. I guess we can move into the San Diego Comic-Con stuff now.
No, absolutely. Let's do it. Let's talk about it.
All right. Let's get the ones that people are gonna complain about out the way first.
Yeah, I got some things to say.
All right. You want to talk about Future Trunks, Super Saiyan?
Good question. We skipping Kui and Gohan.
Okay.
Kui.
I guess we
I
kind of
love
talked
that
about
movie.
Kui, but we could talk about Gohan.
I mean, y'all call this. I'm down for whatever.
I got some quick thoughts on Kui. I love Kui in terms of everything I think that figure stands for. One, I like it to show, like, you know, when people say, you know, the head sculpts on Tamashi might not be third party, I think Kui is an excellent example of, you know, they can do it. The question is, will they do it? Those head sculpts on Kui look fantastic. I also like Kui and what he stands for in the sense that if Kui can be released as a character and a figure, then that opens the door for pretty much anyone to be a release in this Dragon Ball figure line. And to be fair, the line is big enough at this point in time that they really could just pretty much release anybody. Like, if they ever do a Chi-Chi figure, like just a regular adult Chi-Chi figure, best believe people gonna have that, have her sitting at that table set where that they made for the 2.0 Goku, where he's eating the food and whatnot.
Yep.
So even a Chi-Chi figure can sell. Yo, for the meme of it, following with a shotgun. For the meme of it. And you know how meme culture does affect these series, right? Look at Gohan Beast, Gohan Blanco. So meme culture can affect the actual official product. And worst comes to worst, we get Farmer with a shotgun from third party.
You know, I would have thought that Farmer with a Shotgun would have been one of these game collabs. Like for Sparking Zero, that would have been the funniest shit ever. But they went with a statue, which I guess is fine because that means I might not have to buy it, you know. But even for like the Breakers, I think the Breakers, if they had done an SHF, like a full SHF collab, not just a cell show, the Farmer with a Shotgun would have been one of the most popular and sought after items of all time. A lot of people, you know, who are just now getting into Dragon Ball probably won't understand why the Farmer is such like an interesting character, even though in reality, there's nothing too crazy about the guy. It's just the fact that it's just funny, you know, seeing all the memes and just, I don't know, his reactions, interactions with Raditz, all that stuff.
You know what it is? It's one of those, you know, a step out of the norm. That's why it's like, you know, it would be so great. It's something different, you know, that breath of fresh air. It
Yeah.
Like, yeah, absolutely. Like, everybody would be down for it. Like, everyone would be down for that. Because just like how we saw, you know, with Goku, once they started doing, you know, all the crazy faces and everything, everybody was like, yo, like, yeah, we with it. It's like, this is what we want. We want that anime feel. We want that manga feel. Like,
Nope.
yes, give it all these things. So it's like, you know, Farmer with a Shotgun, bro, off the rip, everyone's buying that. Everyone. Kui, I stand with both of y'all on this. Like, yeah, like, I mean, for me, y'all don't know me, I'm 2.0'd out. But it's just, you know, it has to be a significant character, or at least for me to even jump on it. And he definitely is, you know, because it's like you said, like, when are we ever going to get, you know, more henchmen like this, just obscure henchmen? When are we ever going to get that again?
Yep.
And, you know, so I was like, you know, they'll definitely be welcome, like, off the rip, definitely welcome. Because even now, you still have people searching and paying out the wazoo for those throwback DF henchmen that they did. It's crazy. Searching for salsa and all that stuff too. I'm like, that is wild. Like, so it's like, you know, it would be, people would love it. People would eat this stuff up. You know, again, step out of the norm of what everyone's expecting. It's a nice surprise. So like, yeah, like I like the fact that like you said, what he stands for, it off the rip, straight up, anything's possible. I'm for it. I'm here for it all.
Definitely. All right, now Bomb made me remember that we almost forgot Gohan. So, Bomb, you got anything to say about the homie Gohan?
Brohan. That Gohan figure, as Sai was talking about before, he said it was lackluster. I think what the biggest thing of why it may come off as lackluster, even though I don't think it is probably the lack of accessories, and then you look at the size of the figure, and then you start to feel this kind of like, damn, I don't feel like I got a bang for my buck. Because I think aesthetically it is pretty good. The hair sculpt is fine. I think it works. The cloth cape, soft goods and Dragon Ball, what? But and I mean cloth goods, not just soft goods, because we technically got soft goods with the torso, right? And the crotch piece. But with this Gohan figure in particular, it's cool. It's good. More accessories, more shading on the hair, more paint. Give it that old school SHFiguarts feel, and I think it'll be good as gold. And then also I like this figure because it's a prelude to more things to come in the future, If we gotta sell games Gohan, then clearly a Perfect Cell must be coming in the near future. And potentially, and people are gonna hate this, but that full power 3.0, 3.5 Super Saiyan Goku may just be on the horizon. Getting that iconic picture where he's standing with Gohan and they're looking at each other and he got his hand on Gohan's shoulder. So I'm sure we're gonna have to be able to recreate that. But maybe not, Sometimes Tamashii will throw you a curveball.
True.
But once again, I think this is another figure where I like with it. I like that it's a sign of things to come,
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it in terms of how I feel about the figure. You'll know my full thoughts once I actually get around to reviewing it.
For sure. What about you, Sai?
We talking about the bullying. Like you said, what it stands for was the coming future. Just off of this, just be prepared. We're getting a new Piccolo. Just be at the ready. Don't be surprised. We're getting a new Piccolo. With the feet, with the cape, the whole nine, absolutely, right? Like I said earlier, as affirmation, it left me with with much more to be desired. That's just me personally. Love the fact that they have the shading, all that. Not my particular choice in hair. My brothers know the choice in hairstyle that I like. The Super Saiyan Gohan, they know that look that I like. Not this one, but that's just me. The faces and all that on point, 100% on point. Everything else, right? But like I said, I guess, not even I guess, Bomb hit it right on the nail on the head. It's just one of those, this is how much I paid for it, and this is what I got. And it's like something more with it, something a little more, but at the same time, it's like I get it. Y'all know me, I'm a stickler for comparing everything to the anime and the manga. Really not much you can really add to him, coming into the fight. This is literally all you can really add to him. But at the same time, how I feel about it is just like, you look at this, right? And this was just a general release. And then this was what? $67, $68? And then you look at Vegeta 24,000 power level, and that's like a few dollars short. And it's like, wait a minute, hold up.
Yeah,
yeah.
And that's it. It's like it's literally what, like $3 short. So it's one of those things like I don't like. Okay, $3 more because of the cloth cape. Right, sure. I mean that's really how I feel about it. Especially how. And again, this is why they make me so mad. harken back to, you know, when you look at stuff like DF, they're for Marshall is forever. Get that thing for $50, and I got to stand and everything else.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I got to stand and everything else. It's like, you know, that was solid. That's $50. So it's like it just left me a lot to be desired, you know. And they, like I said, it's not even the Super Saiyan 2 hair sculpts kind of like that. Like, no, I mean, of course, you know, anybody has to what mold you want with it, you know. It's just like I can say this, how like in terms of engineering, when you get to articulating him around, you know, around the waist, like how they did the belt and the torso, like they should have did a way better job than that, you know, like how you go to move the torso, the belt it's a floating piece, we all know that. There's a gap, there's a huge gap. There's a huge gap. No matter how you articulate it, there's a huge gap. And it's like, really? I paid pretty much almost $70 for this, and I got this huge kind of gap, like, what we doing right now? Like, stuff like that, you know, it's like, that's what they need to work on. Like, essentially, like, just things there. So, I mean, that's really good. I mean, like I said, otherwise, it's okay, you know, it's okay. You know, and then again, like I said, the prelude to what's to come. So, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm going to say about it.
Got you. Just touching back on what you said about the waist with that popping out, I do think in this instance I would have preferred if they just had segmented it and called it a day as opposed to going the soft plastic route. I do think it's a lot more seamless and definitely looks more like high quality, but in that playability aspect, I personally wouldn't have minded if it was segmented. And I don't know. They're still learning and kind of experimenting when it comes to soft plastic applications to their figures. So it's going to be a bit bumpy for the next who knows how long, because they're going to continue to do this with this Gohan anyway. Like once it's been done, the next Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, it's going to have it just with the light battle mark rips on it, because I don't think that they're going to do the full torn shirt like how they did for the original release, just to keep it a little bit different, similar to what they did with Beast Gohan, if that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know, I just don't see them changing it, at least for this Gohan, anymore.
Just keep this in mind, y'all. You know, Gohan Super Saiyan 2 is in fighters. Just say. So don't be surprised, like how Verse said, that's what we get. That Gohan. Don't be surprised. That's all we say.
All right. With that, now I think we can finally move on into the SDCC stuff, which, you know, we'll quickly gloss through because I don't think anybody has anything too crazy to say about Jiren and Trunks, at least. So, Sire, Bomb, you guys want to go first about either or?
Sure. With Jiren, perfect. Funny enough, like I said, it's kind of a meh. I think it's an excellent re-release. The first release was actually really good. That's a slept-on figure. That's a dark horse in the SHFiguarts Dragon Ball line. That's a really good figure. And I think this is a nice addition in the sense that a lot of people wanted that aura effect, like that reddish tint to him, and they did that here. So I think this is, technically speaking, a great re-release. However, it's an exclusive. And also it's Jiren, and you know, say people have the different opinions on Jiren. You know, he was a boring character, what have you. So it is what it is in that department. That's up to you as a person. But I think that's actually a great re-release. Trunks. Ugh.
The difference. Oh man.
Trunks. Trunks. So it's a good re-release, but man, I honestly would have just rather than redid the figure, but it's a good re-release, technically speaking. Now the paint job, and I don't think that fits Trunks at all. If they were gonna go with that kind of pearlescent paint job on the whole figure, why not give them that aura effect like they usually do anyways? The blue inside and the yellow on the outside. Why didn't they do that? I can't. Tamashii works in mysterious ways, allegedly. So, it's cool. It doesn't come with the base head, or I don't even think does it come with the spirit sword?
No.
Nope.
How you gonna have this Trunks and not have the spirit sword? Come on, man. It's technically a good re-release because it's been a while since the original release, right? But I don't know, the questionable choice on the paint job. Not to say that the paint job technically, on a technical level, it doesn't look bad. It was done well. It's just it doesn't necessarily look good per se, you know. And if they're going to go with this particular paint job, which they tend to do for these exclusives with the pearlescent paint, like I said, why not just go the Super Saiyan? You know, they had the blue inner aura and the yellow outer aura. That should have been an effect part with this. If that's the route that they were going to go. But they didn't do it, you know, straight up airball the layup. So, well, that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, bro. Like this Trunks ain't it. Like that's just not it. Like I don't know why. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. That's just not it at all. Like it's no. There's really nothing else really that can be said about it. That's just no. Just no. The Jiren, absolutely. Like the only thing I would say about that is I wish the legs were kind of a little bit more muted, just a little bit. But I get it. What they're going for, you know, that final battle, my man unleashed all rats. It is what it is. So it's like, all right, cool, I'm with that. Like, I'm all for that. Like, that's what I'm definitely gonna cop. Like, for sure, I'm definitely gonna cop that one. That's gonna be fire. I really can't wait for that one. So, I mean, that's really all I gotta say about that. Like, if y'all didn't get the original, this is the one you definitely want to pick up. Like, for real. Definitely don't sleep on this. Like, you hit the nail on the head. This is a slept-on figure. This figure is amazing. This figure is immaculate, and we got it from official. Not this one particularly, but just Jiren itself. Got it from official. Got it from Black Hole Toys, and if you didn't get it, and you do yourself a disservice. Straight up, that Trunks. No. No.
You know, all right. My thoughts on this Trunks. Very easily, I feel like I would have been a bit more satisfied with. I was okay with them taking out the Sword of Hope thing, right? I was fine with that, but I would have wanted them to include, you know, the regular Keyblade that he does within that that season, I guess, of the Dragon Ball anime, where he has, I think it's a yellow Keyblade that he has before when his blade broke. That I felt would have been cool, but they didn't include it.
Yeah.
And that would have at least made this figure feel a little bit more worthwhile in terms of grabbing. I mean, it's worthwhile, like you said, if you don't have it. But I mean, just to get more interest in it, because it'd be a little bit different. And the item that it comes with wouldn't be so inconsequential that you have to have it. And if you miss out, it's a big problem, right? Because it's going to end up getting recast on the third party market anyway and being sold for like $5 a piece or some shit. But then, you know, they didn't do that. And honestly, I'm like 50-50 when it comes to the Pearl Scent. I didn't like the Broly when they did that Pearl Scent shine on it, especially since they didn't give him the red-eyed faceplate. I felt like that was a perfect thing to do if you're going to make him have that Pearl Scent shine when he just transformed. But he also looks very dull if he's not in direct, like, hard light. So I feel like the Trunks may suffer the same thing if he's just kind of sitting in a collection without lights. He's just going to look kind of dull. I don't know. That's how I feel about Trunks. Trunks is one of those characters where I would like to see him treated a little bit more fairly, if that makes sense. But, you know, I'm not the creator of Dragon Ball, so.
Can I just add one thing you said, good brother?
Yep.
How you said, you know, big thing is about, you know, missing out. That part right there, I need all y'all listen to this, okay? You never, ever want Tamashi to drop a new figure as a con exclusive. I saw a lot of people out there like, oh, why did they drop a new figure of this character for the con exclusive? Why would you want that? Like, you don't ever want them to drop a new figure. That is the most asinine thing you could think of. Like, to even say, right? Because we saw this debacle with Super Saiyan 2 Goku. Everybody was like, why would you do that? Everybody has been shouting to the high heavens for Super Saiyan 2 Goku. And to make it a con exclusive, that was insane. So don't ever complain that they're reissuing already released characters with a new coat of paint on them, and that's going to be the con exclusive. Because here's the crazy part, right? Say you don't even get to go to the con because how you going to get these figures? All right, cool. They put them up on Premium Bandai. All right, cool. Now, what happens if you don't get a chance to get on Premium Bandai? Now you're subject to secondary market with the astronomical pricing of scalpers and everything else. Don't do that. You don't ever want that. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, they look at this stuff. Y'all don't think that they pay attention to this stuff, but they pay attention to this stuff. They really, really do. Don't ever think that they're not, because those surveys that we do, when they ask, oh, hey, what other lines do you collect? Do you collect Hasbro and all this and that? They ask those questions for a reason. Who does a lot of, build-a-figure stuff? Marvel Legends and all that stuff, right? Notice after, a couple surveys, they said, oh, we see a lot of people collect Hasbro stuff, Marvel Legends. Okay, cool. We're going to do some build-a-figure stuff too. And look what happened. So, don't wish that juju on anybody. That's not what you want, all right? I'm getting on soapbox right there.
Also, one last thing to just add on to what he's saying, right? They actually did that in the very beginning of the SHF Dragon Ball line with Broly. Legendary Super Saiyan Broly, I think pretty much every single release of him was a con exclusive.
Yep.
And that's why he's so expensive to this day. He's box office and he's a con exclusive. Man, that's a recipe for $400 figure.
Man.
Hey.
All right.
Hey, on to the next.
Well, quickly, what I'll say about Jiren is, honestly, I feel like if you played Xenoverse 2, and you've seen the full power Jiren in that game, this is mild in comparison. He looks super shiny in there, more shiny than you would think. So the shininess that's going on with him here is probably why it doesn't bother me. It's because I've seen worse with the way the game's graphics are in that game. Trust me, you know what I'm talking about if you played. But I would have liked to see maybe like one new head sculpt for him. But then again, maybe they're saving it for, I don't know, another version of him down the line. I would like to see that big ass smirk he did right before the final fight. That right there is the most menacing look Jiren has ever gave in that entirety of the Tournament of Power. If they can do that, I'd be grateful. Even if they included it with another character, I at least want the faceplate somewhere down the line. Because either they just keep reissuing the same figures, or we get another EE Jiren with it someday, maybe 5-10 years down the line. I don't know. But let's talk about the one everybody is actually excited for and hasn't really complained about, which is the father and son, Goku and Gohan.
Wizard.
So once again,
go ahead.
I guess I'll take the lead on this one. First of all, just gonna double back to Jiren real quick. Hey, Toei, we need El Hermano to be a canon thing. But either way, Goku. This Goku figure, it has the best faceplates of a Goku figure and it's not really close, to be honest. The most accurate, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, we usually expect this from third party, right? But Tamashii, I know for a fact, can do it. They had the S team on this one. You know how you have A rank and an S rank?
Yeah.
They had the S team on this one. And so, this is why, sometimes some people will get like a little annoyed that, I'm complaining about Tamashii and the accuracy, or they'll say, it looks good enough. Well, we're not here for good enough if they call their own collectibles premium, right? We're not here for just good enough. We're here for exceptional. But this head sculpt is exactly what it should be. This thing is fantastic. The head sculpt, at least. It was on a 2.0 mold. I could complain to the cows come home about it being on an older mold, but it is what it is at this point, What they're gonna upgrade, they're gonna upgrade. What they don't, they don't. But yeah, man, this is the head. It's crazy. The head sculpt sold people that were very meh about this figure instantly sold after they seen, especially can you go to the gritting teeth face? Man, I instantly remembered the scene. I instantly remembered the scene when I saw that face plate. And I was like, yo, they took it right out the anime. And that's what we talking about with Tamashi. Tamashi got the power and they got the skill. I just, I'd like to see it more often,
Yeah.
Besides one-off characters, like, for example, you get a second form Frieza, and it looks like second form Frieza is done extremely well. It's just, you're not going to make a whole bunch of second form Friezas, are you? So the one-off characters you notice will always look exceptionally better. So, like, when we finally get Janemba, that's one I'm looking forward to. He's going to look like they pulled him out of the anime. But either way, hopefully more Goku faceplates are on this caliber or level, the S rank.
For sure. What about you, Sai? Any thoughts?
Bro, you already know I done geeked out about this thing. I was like online, I done geeked out with y'all about this. Like this is what we talk about. Like you said, we're like, yo, it's there. You know what I'm saying? Like like we get these, we want to just be reminded of the anime. We see these, we just want to be reminded of the anime and the manga. Like that's it. Like to see this and instantly all you can think about is the intro and the commercial break. We'll be right back and everything. Bruh, like that, this is peak. And then we got King Tone also. What? Bruh, flying nimbus for y'all. Bruh, like this is that's yo. This is perfect. Like that right there. This picture right here. This picture right here. All I can think about is just, the first time I ever bought, a VHS tape, first thing I ever saw was, Cell Games, snap. Just that. I was like, yo, that's crazy. That's mad cute. And here it is. I'm like, yo, I can literally do that now. You can have a whole setup and you literally have that. And I'm like, yo, that's just dope. That's just sick. That's tight, yo. Like, I can't wait for this. And again, this is the hope. This is the Goku Head Scope I've been waiting for years. Like, I've been shouting for this for years. And I'm like, why don't they just do it? I know why they won't, money-wise. But it's just, that's what needs to happen, like, for real. Like, this is the chase right here. This is going to be the chase right here. All fact, without a doubt.
For sure. Oh, shoot.
Oh, let's go.
All right, we have a special guest we have to announce that has joined the call today. So if you aren't familiar, AAFCT Customs, our boy Adrian, who has done tremendous work in this community, giving you guys third-party pegs that will fit all your figures across the different, various Kong Studios Beast Deities, Tonsonar toys, Demoniacal Fit to SHF, all of that possible through Adrian here, as well as other stuff he has in the works. If you haven't seen already, he's got his Gohan kit that he is going to be working on. Take a look at his account. But go ahead, Adrian, introduce yourself.
Hey everybody, so glad to be here. First of all, thank you guys for having me. So I'm like saying, my name's Adrian. I know a lot of you guys probably already met me through Facebook or even Instagram. There's a lot of stuff I am doing. Unfortunately, life kind of likes to take over. I have 2 kids, and married, working a lot, but whenever I can, I try and do as much as possible. Right now, the Gohan kits is what I'm working on. I've been wanting to re-release them for the longest time, but just haven't been able to. So, happy to do it now, finally. They'll have a couple other things. I don't know if you've been keeping up with what Bob's been showing, but there'll be 2 extra little belt pieces now, updated shoes. The kits are pretty much remaining the same, either red or white, or the one with both ankle covers. And then I got some Gohan effects that I want to put out as well right after releasing the kit. I know some people have already gotten them, especially in Canada, I did a while ago, but I've made some changes to them, so I got those coming back. I want to make a Masenko as well. I do have it, just haven't done any tests on it, but more on that soon. A lot of stuff that my buddies here are gonna be showcasing. But anyway, it's a pleasure to be here, and I don't know what I can add to it, but I'm happy to be here.
Glad to have you, man. So we were just talking about, the EEs for STCC so far, and we finally got to talk about the one that everybody seems to like out of the three, at least for Dragon Ball, which is the Son Goku and Son Gohan. Did you have any thoughts you wanted to add?
I want it. That's my thought. No, it's really cool. I think I like the updated faces that they did. I think they were a little older 2.0. I know like all of us do wish it wasn't a 3.0 mold, but at least for what it is, it does look pretty good.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think I'd like to get it if possible.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Speaking of that, so it is. They did already confirm that it's going to be on Premium Bandai at a later date, as well as stock available at the New York store, I believe. They didn't say when, so you're just gonna have to kind of wait until they announce it on their social media. So, yeah, it'll come. You just gotta be patient.
It does look like I can add a good thing Saga spirit bomb to it, though.
Oh man.
Yeah, clutch. I'm talking about Mind Twin coming in clutch. That's what I'm talking about. all my New York brothers, I don't mean go out to the Imagination store and start throwing bows out before the deuce. Don't do that. Like, just wait long patiently and, get there early enough so you guys snag yourself.
Yep.
I gotta say something up.
All right. I think we talked about all of the current stuff so far, Dragon Ball wise, for the last, hour, 2 hours. I think we can make the jump into the third party space. It's going to be very broad, very, very, very long. All right. So you guys are in for the long haul on this one. All right. I got to pull up the links, but where do you guys want to start? Because we can start with the new stuff, with the Future Trunks and the Kid Boos, or we can start with the DFs and the Kong Studios Beast Deity stuff. Where do you guys want to start from?
Hey man. Rant ain't coming. So
Oh yeah.
starting with Kid Boo, right?
Yep, I was just gonna say that. Start with Kid Boo. I don't want to get this.
Starting with Kid Boo.
Yup.
First of all, I remember when we first saw the prototypes for that, I'm not gonna lie, I initially thought it was just gonna be like a Thompson project for himself, whatever, right? I thought it was just gonna be, because he has done that before.
Yes.
Back before he took down all the posts off his page, if you peeped it, he had a GT Vegeta head sculpt that was just for him.
Yep.
He had a GT Vegeta head sculpt that was just for him. The rant for Kid Boo is this. That is any type of discussion, speculation, what do I think the future releases videos that I've done, that has been pretty much the most requested character, besides, a couple of others, which I'll just quickly name. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, Janemba, and Future Gohan. Those are the other three. But Kid Boo, I would say, just beats them out just by a little bit. People have been dying, fiending for a Kid Boo figure. And it's a wonder as to why this figure is not sold out for all the people that said that they wanted it. Now, let me play devil's advocate against myself. To be fair, not a lot of people know about third-party stuff, And I realize that every day when there's new people discovering my channel, like, oh, shoot, Bomb, you got me into third-party and collecting. Fair enough. But still, I must contest for the amount of people that really want a Kid Boo figure. Yeah, sure aren't really jumping on this. I'm surprised it's not sold out on Omni-Man. I'm not even saying Omni-Man is the best store or the worst store, from what I've heard from my brethren here. It's not the best in terms of cancellation policy if you want to cancel a pre-order. But either way, back to the Kid Boo. This thing, like I said, for how much people have been asking for it, should have been sold out months ago. But I'm not seeing it, Maybe people are waiting to see, but even still, waiting to see.
I wonder if it's the first of its time people are concerned, But I feel like those concerns should be squashed just by the quality of funds and stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Here's my thing, right? Here's my thing, and I said this before. The price at which this is coming up, right? For one, Omni-Man, I'm telling you right now, Adrian is the AliExpress king. I'm let y'all know that right now. He is the AliExpress 100%. You get way better price. You get these kid boots on AliExpress for way better prices than you do on Omni-Man. Omni-Man is charging like 70 something bucks. Comes up to like 80 something dollars. And it's wild. AliExpress, bruh, is like 65, whatever. Cool. You good. Like you straight. And you know what? I take that back because originally when they actually bumped up the price of Omni-Man. Before, when they first went up, they was $64.99. Now they're like 72 and change. That's why. I'm not even gonna get into that. But this is why what we say about Omni-Man. It is what it is, right? But still, even with that, right? Even then, going back then, when we put all this stuff out there, first things first. When either one of us put this stuff out, I'm gonna need y'all to start reading. I'm gonna need y'all to start reading because y'all be asking questions that literally be in the post. The answer to the question that you asked be literally in the post, right? Y'all need to start reading stuff, like for real. Like, don't just look at the pictures. I know me caught up in the pictures, but y'all need to actually read to get the information that you're literally about to ask this question on, because right there in the post. I can't tell you how many times all of us have put out, yo, this is a dope head sculpt coming from whomever, and then somebody will literally, right after that, go, is this a head sculpt or a full figure? Literally says it in the post. But I digress. This Kid Buu, bruh, as many of y'all I've seen clamoring, oh, Kid Buu, one Kid Buu, where's Kid Buu? He's not coming, where he at? I don't get it, I don't see it. Like, now you got one. And like, again, playing devil's advocate, I get it. Some people, they just only want to rock with the official. Perfectly fine, nothing wrong with that. Cool, I get you. Like right here, Figure Model Store, this is a trusted store. All of us order stuff from this store. All of us. Everybody on this podcast orders stuff from this store. 100%.
Definitely ordered all my third-party stuff from Figure Model.
Literally, straight up, all of us order from this store. So like when we say, yo, trusted store, when we drop those links, literally it's a trusted store. We've ordered these figures from this store numerous times. Years. But again, with this Kid Buu, if you're sitting here, you're on the fence because you want to worry about quality control, it's his first figure, you don't know how it's going to be, all this and that, keep this in mind. I don't know, a lot of y'all must have forgot this. He's making these figures in tandem with Black Hole Toys. Black Hole Toys used to be a part of Demoniacal Fit. We know Demoniacal Fit quality isn't bad. It's pretty daggone good. And even with Black Hole Toys segueing off from Demoniacal Fit and making their own stuff, i.e. their Jiren, their Bulma, with the bike, their MUI Goku, the several ones that they put out, came with a ton of accessories and the quality was on point. So if you're questioning the quality, facts. So if you're questioning the quality, there you go. You already have an instance of the manufacturer that he's working with to put these figures out. And on top of that, Taunton himself is a true Dragon Ball fan. Like, he works to make sure that accuracy is there. That's why the Kid Buu got pushed back, because he wanted it to be more articulated. And he fixed that. Same thing. This Trunks, he's been working on this Trunks for years. But that Kid Buu, though, for all y'all that's like clamoring for Kid Buu, I'm going to tell y'all right now, I know once this thing drops and one review get out, we're going to see a lot of ISO, in search of, ISO. We're going to see a lot of that. Don't be mad when neither one of us got any links for you to share that aren't crazy prices. Because I'm telling you right now, we're not about to sit here and go do all this crazy looking for y'all when we've already been putting this information out there for years now. Like, years, literally. Especially for this Kid Buu. So it's like, it's there. If you haven't put your pre-order in yet and you want to teeter on the fence, I'm going to let you know this right now. It's the same thing that happened with the Beast Deity Super Saiyan 3 Gokus. It's going to be the same thing with this Kid Buu. People saw a review, instantly sold out literally the next day. So it's like, okay, so if you want to, test the waters and wait, You're doing yourself a disservice. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Yeah, it's honestly one of my most anticipated figures too. And I get, when you're coming in kind of new to Dragon Ball collection, you might, you're kind of discovering everything for the first time. I'm gonna be honest, I've been a collector for a while, but I stopped for a time in my I don't know, I say late teens, mid 20s. I'm a full grown ass man, by the way, with family. I'm in my 30s now. But I stopped for a long time just because life, school and raising a kid and everything. And then kind of when the pandemic hit, I started again. I gave all my, I had given all my old Marvel figures to my son. And then I just started to start fixing them to see, because there was a lot of old figures. So I'm like, I'm gonna start fixing them. Started fixing them. Then I'm like, hey, let me try repainting. So I started repainting. Then I started dabbling into 3D modeling and printing. And then I finally got into collecting Dragon Ball figs, and it's probably been a good 2 years since I started collecting Dragon Ball figures. And like almost anything I do, I always kind of throw myself into it. And I started finding all the third-party stuff, so I know it can be a little, I guess, daunting when you don't know that there's all this insane third-party work going on. But yeah, keep up with the videos. Bomb and Burst were the way that I started finding a lot of stuff as well. Before I even met you guys, it was just a good way to find out what the heck was going on.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, in fact, I think it was through Burst that I saw initially the Kid Buu stuff.
Yeah, I remember, I think the first thing that was out, and I think Sai mentioned this, was this that bone structure we saw of the Kid Buu. And it was just like such a, I don't know, revelation to see that, because you don't really get to see the inside of the structure that people, when they're making the figures. You just see the figure when it's done. Like DF doesn't show their process with this type of stuff. Beast Deities hasn't shown their process with that kind of stuff. They've shown the design process for like making accurate face sculptures, if that makes sense, but never anything this deep with what you're seeing on the screen. So at the start, like, I was already invested, because it showed a lot of heart and a lot of attention to detail already that they were doing that. So I think the fact that you already see this much work going into it, and keep in mind, I don't know how he did this in such a short turnaround time, because this Kid Buu was not originally like on the radar. That Future Trunks was from 2022 of like November or something. And that Kid Buu just started like last year. And think about that. That's a quick turnaround time for a guy who's working on his first, figure creation. Yes, with Black Hole Toys, but still, it's all new. It's not totally the same as Super Buu. It's similar in a lot of ways, but it's very different too. Very impressive.
Facts. And again, that price, like I said before, and then like I said, the accessories, the amount of stuff you get with this is, again, like I said, when the original price, and still, AliExpress price, that's where you want to go. That's where you want to go to get this. Just saying. You
get it faster too if you go through AliExpress, since they don't have to do 2 shipping, so they have to ship it to a warehouse, then that company has to then get their orders ready for you and then ship it from their warehouse to you. You're skipping that whole step if you order from AliExpress. And I know, again, it's scary the first time you do it. Trust me, Figure Model 02 store, I have not had a single issue with at all. And I've been using them for 2 years now, no problems. So if you do have a problem, they're very fast to respond. I've never had them not respond in at least like within the next 5 hours. Like they're looking at that shit. They will respond, I promise you. And usually they'll be able to work out a problem. Like if you missed a faceplate or something, they'll ask you, oh, do you want to include it in another order, or do you want us to ship it to you now, type of thing. And they'll work with you. Or if you want to go the AliExpress route, get your refund. They've got ways to protect yourself. Just make sure you're reading the reviews if you go outside of those stores that people recommend to you, because when you do that, that's where you're getting yourself into opening yourself up for problems, if that makes sense.
Facts. And again, like I said, the amount of accessories you get with this show is immaculate. I'm being real. Like, like I said, you compare, like, you look at this price and then look at Tamashi. Again, harking back to that 24,000 power level Vegeta. Look at the difference. Look at the difference with that price, and look at the price of this, and look at what you're getting with this. Like, you got a whole nother body. You got an effect part. You got how many hands, and you have how many heads, yo. Like that's crazy, dude. Like that's wild. So it's like I don't want y'all to think. I don't want y'all to think like, we sitting here hyping this up because they need sales and everything. No, that's not even what it is at all. It really is on some like, yo, this is that figure that everybody has been wanting. That Kid Buu that everybody has been clamoring for. There you go. It's right there. And it's done to just about peak perfection. So it really is going to be in that, yo, you missing out. You're going to be missing out because I'm going to be up front. I'm going to be real. We saw what happened with Full Power Frieza. For some odd reason, that's a premium Bandai exclusive. Don't be upset or surprised if years down the line, Kid Buu is a premium Bandai exclusive. And it don't have anywhere near this many accessories as this third-party release does. The official is just lacking, and it's going to be like same price. So I'm just saying, you might want to get a jump on this now because later on down the line, yeah, Tamashi going to be in whatever mode, who knows. But me personally, I'm just being honest, I don't think they're going to beat this. That's just me being honest. I don't think they are. I'm just keeping it 100.
So to add a couple things on to that, right? Just some future speculation in terms of the Kid Buu figure itself. When Tamashi finally does it, the sculpt will definitely be on par, if not somehow a little bit better than this. I believe that to be true. It's just a matter of, as Sai said, the accessories. I highly doubt it's going to come with this many accessories. In fact, I'm going to go the opposite route to Saiorus and say that don't be surprised if it's a general release and then it comes with a bunch of accessories with a whole bunch of other figures. I wouldn't be surprised if they went that route. Also, there's two versions of this figure. I'm sure like Burst has been going through all the pictures. There's the manga version, manga colors, and then the anime colors. And the way they get the manga colors, for those who might be wondering why or how, and the reason why I'm addressing this is because I had a comment that asked, like, how could they know the manga colors if it's in black and white? Well, they have cover pages and things of that nature. The artists of the manga, like Toriyama, has done an in-color version of a Kid Buu drawing, for example. So that's how we get the manga colors. That's why we see that the manga colors, for example, Goku's gi is a much brighter orange than the anime, right? And it's no shade to that person that made that comment, but sometimes I get comments that it's easy to get the answer, but I guess since I'm here, or you commented on my video, you want the answer from me, not from Google. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that particular thing.
For sure. As for myself, at least regarding this Kid Buu, before we move on into the next product from this guy, this amazing guy, Tonson Art Toys. I don't know. It's one of those things where I don't want to say once in a lifetime opportunity, but to really be able to experience this kind of work and this level of detail, I think is just, it's awesome. And to see the step-by-step process of it, even better. A lot of people will say that he has, delayed a whole bunch of times. And I mean, I would rather a delay than getting a crappy figure. I'll just be totally honest with you. If he released that figure and it came in my arms broken, I would be upset. You just spent almost $70 odd buying a figure that just fell apart on you. Now that does happen, to people, but imagine it happening to a figure that has no security in terms of, oh yeah, you can get another one, you can go talk to Bluefin and they'll send you a replacement part, etc. No, you don't have those guarantees with these figures. So the more time that they have to do it, the better. There's no sense in trying to rush a release, because you can't be patient enough to wait for it, and especially again when it's by a third party. And again, on this level of detail, I think that everything he's shown should, again, secure people enough at this point to be like, okay, let him cook. But that's what I got to say about that. Anybody else got anything to say about Thompson Art Toys Kid Boot?
Just real quick, I mean, if anybody wants to reach out to me, for those who know how to find me, like I said, Instagram, Facebook, feel free to reach out to me if you want a link for the stores that I use. I'm happy to help. Take advantage of the sale, if you're looking to get on AliExpress.
Oh yeah.
Right now, it wasn't the best one, but they periodically have really good sales. They'll have a lot of coupons. If you're a new user, you can get usually you can get like $8 off. Just automatically. Not to mention, if you've been on AliExpress for a bit, things like coin discounts, little percentages that they like to do. The choice menu, which is something which is relatively new that they've had. They'll usually put a lot of new things, slightly discounted prices on that. Once you pair that up with coin discounts and coupons and major site-wide sales, you can get some really good prices. I haven't seen them do this sale recently. It's been a minute, but when I ordered my Kid Buu, I got it during their 11/11 sale. That's November 11th. They do it every year, obviously, but the last one was really good, and they had a discount which was, I think it was $3 off of every 20 spent, for a total of, I want to say 12. So if you spent $80 or above, you automatically get $12 off, and you could stack coupons on top of that, plus coin discount. So I was able to get my Kid Buu for $50.
Sheesh.
Man, I'm gonna let y'all know this for right now. If y'all don't hit him up, ask him. I'm gonna tell you, look, the other day, all of us, because of Adrian, we all splurged. Like, all of us.
Yeah.
All of us were all eating action figures for dinner. Straight up. It was not a joke. All of us was like, it was crazy. It was wild. We was like, Adrian is the man. You got it, dog. Like, it was crazy. It was insane. So again, reach out to him. He will school you like he schooled us. It was whew, money well spent. Like I said, we eating action figures for the next month, but it's alright. We good though. We good.
True.
It's like that. That's the bridge we're living under. Pretty good.
All right. With that, I think we can move on into the most latest thing, which has been very, very, very much of a high topic these last few months, especially. This Thompson Art Toys Future Trunks. Now, this just to preface this is the trunks that goes back to kill 17 and 18. This isn't BoJack trunks. This isn't. I don't even know what the other one technically is a reference to, but there's two different versions of the movie trunks that he's doing. So just this is all you need to know. There's 4 total trunk variants, but 2 of them are from Z when he goes back to kill the androids, and other 2 have to do with movies. That's the best way to separate the 4. There we go.
Yep.
But yeah, this one right here has been just a joy to see brought into development. 2 years. 2 years in the making. Let me I got the picture, I think, on my So this render came back in like November of 2022, and I was like, oh, he's making his own Trunks figure. And of course, not that far off, we got an official Trunks release from Tamashi.
Yep.
Now, people thought that he was going to just probably use Tamashi's Trunks figure to make his Trunks figure, and it ended up being a lot better than that, because I think he waited for the right opportune moment to use some of the legendary Super Saiyan Goku parts to make this Trunks, which turned out to be probably the best decision for him. And even more so, he went far and beyond with this one, because the articulation cuts I believe at the butterfly joint, he can actually like use the entire chest to cross his arms,
Yes.
which is something
Yes.
that even the LSSJ Goku, I don't think can do fully all the way. So he's improved upon that. I think there's a little bit better neck mobility. I have to go look back at the video. But overall, I mean, this thing came out way better than what the beginning was. And that should show you like how progression goes and how different ideas come about. It's incredible.
Yeah, this figure right here. This figure is, it's not the bee's knees, it's the wasp's ankles. But I can't give this figure enough praise. Like I said, always say though, ultimately you don't know what a figure is really talking about until you get it in hand. You know, you're able to feel the QC, you're able to see whatever defects, if any, there might be, right? But this is ultimately shaping up to be a contender for figure of the year. Same thing with the Kid Buu, really.
True.
Yeah.
Both are contenders for figure of the year. I know he has a long-haired variant that's most likely coming out. I'm guessing at some point, either early next year or something like that. Don't take that as gospel now. Don't run away with that. That's just an assumption. Since he wouldn't have to do a whole lot of retooling, he's just added the jean jacket. He's given us the longer hair, head sculpt. He's given us the Super Saiyan hair with the longer hair. I'm honestly I'm low key looking for something to complain about, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head. You know.
Out here.
This is going to be a good one. When I was gonna say when it does go up for pre-order, but it is up for pre-order on the different AliExpress shops. But don't miss out on this, guys, because y'all already know that, especially when it comes to third party, it legit just might not get reissued ever again. I'm not saying that's what Thompson is going to do, because he definitely reissued his Vegeta head sculpts, but in terms of full figure, I can't guarantee that, right? So I would just say, like, pick it up if you're interested in it. Now I understand, as Saiorus mentioned before, some people just straight up don't like the whole, I guess you could say, ethics of what third party is in the first place, so they don't collect, and that's fair enough. But that's not for me to worry about. That's for Tamashi to worry about the logistics of that, and clearly they don't care that much. So
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't sent an assassin.
I'll say that again.
So I'm surprised they haven't sent an assassin to get Thompson yet.
I know, right?
The Tamashi ninjas.
But yeah, I can't give this figure enough praise. Hopefully, comes out sooner rather than later. But if it coming out later means better quality, hey, I'm here for it. That's all I got to say about that.
Where do I even begin? Like, this is peak. Like, this is just okay. So I'm in the military, right? In my job, I build some things. I can't say what, but I build some things, right? And mine twin, Adrian, his job, he builds some things, right? So when it comes to like engineering for us, that gets us really hyped. This right here, the fact that there's a magnet in there for the sword to go on the back is wild. I'm like, yo, that is sick. That is so crazy. Then when you get to the shirt, first off, it's dope that the upper torso, the shirt is another layer by itself, and it's soft material. So when you see the video of him articulating the whole entire figure, that's not in the way. Like right there, you can see where it's bent, where he goes in and uses a butterfly joint. That's soft, and it won't get in the way of the articulation. That is sick. That is just crazy. And then on top of that, I've been hollering about this for years. My brothers on this cast will tell you this. He has biceps with him. Biceps with him. I don't understand how we've gone this long and not a single Dragon Ball character has biceps with him. I mean, not bicep, forearms with him. Excuse me, forearms with him. And it's like, bruh, how? And he has implemented that. And I'm like, yo, this is what we've been waiting on for years. Like, this is the trunks we should have got from the get go. This right here, this is it. And which makes it even crazier, right? Is how the crotch piece is soft, and he can do splits out to the side and forward and backwards. It's that soft. I'm like, bruh, this is it right here. Like that, you don't need any other trunks. This is the trunks. Like this is the trunks to beat all trunks figures. Period. Like this is gonna be what it is. And just look the detail. Just with the watch is like, dude, like this. I'm so hyped for this figure. I'm so hyped for this figure. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I've bought multiple. I got so much stuff in mind to do with this trunk. It's insane. So like man, and then his long-haired version. He has battle damage one and one that's not battle damage. Like it's Thompson. That passion is there. You see it. Like it's in his sculpt. Like that passion for these characters, right there. Yep. It's just it's so insane. Like, and I'm gonna tell you right now, out of all the Trunks head sculpts I've seen for the long hair version, his the best. No cap. I'm keeping it 100. His the best. Long hair Super Saiyan Trunks, his the best, 100%. So that's why I haven't bought any other Trunks, Super Saiyan long hair ones or anything like that, because I'm waiting just for him. Look, man, getting injured, sculpted for us. Hey, like he's putting in that work. Like look at this. Like look at this. Look, see, like, bruh, like that's just crazy. The amount of accessories you're getting with this is just wild. I'm so hyped for this. I can't wait. And correct me if I'm wrong. I believe what it said. What, September? Supposedly this is supposed to be dropping
for the movie variants, or for something?
No, the regular Back to the Future Trunks.
According to his weeaboo, he said no later than August 10th. That's what he said. Right. So we will see. I don't. The fact that he gave a date is a little risky to say, but we shall see if he makes that date.
Yeah. So it's like, this right here is premium to me. This is what premium is. This is how it should be. Look at this. Battle damage, that's crazy. That's wild. That looks so sick. This is what is premium to me. That's how it should be. It should feel like, alright, cool. This is sick. This is gonna be wild. This is what I'm getting from. This is what I'm putting my money in on. And I'm getting it for a dope price. And I'm getting all of this stuff with it. And the QC is dope too. You can't really ask more than that. Like, that's all you really can ask for now. Like, that's premium in my opinion. Like, look at that. Look, his sculpts they're just crazy. They're just insane. I can't wait. I'm hyped.
Any thoughts, Adrian or Bomb?
Yeah, well, not much more I can add to it, to be honest, other than it looks incredible. And, like Sai did mention, because of what I do, there's an appreciation for it, I think, because I want to be able to do more, to be honest, and to be able to innovate. I see the innovation in what they're doing here, and like how the best praise I can give is I sold my SHF Trunks because I wanted this one more. Yeah, I was like, nope, don't need it. That Toy Story Andy throwing away Woody meme, that was
That's gonna be everybody after you get this. That's gonna be everybody.
Man, for real.
Well, I will say this. I disagree with the guys on this. I don't think this necessarily makes the Tamashi version irrelevant. Just off the simple fact that he has his jacket on,
Mm-hmm.
But I can get a soft goods jacket and put it on this shirt.
True.
And I'll say, to be fair, okay, fair enough, right? But to be fair, then we still have, of course, our contingency of people that just will not participate with third party, either because they don't know about it, or like I said before, the ethics of it is kind of shady or what have you. Well, as I said before, hey, that's not for me to worry about. That's for Tamashi to worry about in terms of legality. But I'm going cape for Tamashi a little bit. I think they still got a dog in this race. Although I ain't gonna lie, I said Tamashi, Thompson kicking him, in the crack, So,
Ain't playing. The only dog I'm saying in this race is that Tamashi get dog walked.
Damn.
Dog I see in this race. I'm sorry, man. That's. You know my saying, bro. Tamashi getting slapped in the dirt. He getting slapped in the dirt with this dog. I'm like, nah. I get what you're saying. And you know what? Just for everybody out there, you see how my brother and I, we can have different opinions and we're not at each other's throats. We still cool. It's okay to have different opinions. Just want to put that out there. You ain't gotta go for the jugular because somebody's opinion is different than yours.
Man, they be wilding out there sometimes, especially on Reddit. Y'all are like dog attackers, bro. Y'all just bite.
Real. But I digress. But I'm just saying, it's gonna be one of those. And, get it in hand, new hotness, older bust. That's really what it's gonna be. It's gonna be like, And again, I get where you're coming from, playing devil's advocate. You're just gonna have those people that's like, nah, I'm gonna just rock the official.
Also, the official will be easier to get.
True. And if they're going by the standard of the reissue that they just released, I mean, then people are probably still gonna want it. So.
Yeah. I mean, they're always gonna have the relevance. I mean, it's a big ass company. And I mean, there's always figures for us to get excited about, regardless. I mean, they're Namek Goku, great figure. I love it. I mean, I know I've done my little things for people to have an improved version, if you want to call it.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Even as it is, I think it's a wonderful figure.
Definitely. All right, quick thoughts on this. Actually, I have some thoughts overall just between the Kid Buu and Trunks before we move on into the next third party. So, as some people know, there were two special bonuses for both the Kid Buu and the Future Trunks, as well as actually the Buu-Tanks kit that came out. There were some Ghost Boos that, interestingly enough, he did say we're going to be on Omni-May, and they just never went on Omni-May. So I don't know what happened there, but I need to ask him about that. But so these two accessories that basically are exclusive. We had a conversation earlier about exclusivity, and a lot of people had words to say about such things that occurred 6 days ago regarding this. So basically, Thompson opened up pre-orders July 1st at, I think it was like 4 p.m. China time, and that's like equivalent to 1 a.m. over here for me, and somewhere around that time for others, I think. For Sai, I think it was probably early in the morning, I want to say. But basically, these two accessories, the burning attack hand motions, or arm motions, I should say, and a Z sword accessory were exclusive to his store on Taobao. Now, not everybody can access Taobao, or not everybody wants to make an account on Taobao or do the work, to set that up, whatever. And if you wanted that, you basically had to go there, put your pre-order in. Now, it was for the figure and for that accessory on that site, but it wasn't necessarily something that was broadcasted to everybody. That was just something I think that was discussed in, I want to say, a private group, and of course, that leaks out into a little bit of the public side, which on Bilibili, if you don't know what that is, it's basically the YouTube, I think, for China, same kind of deal. Information came from there. You see, I posted it on Insta, and then everybody was like, "Oh, where do you go? Where do you go? Where do you go? How do I get it? How do I get it? How do I get it? Where? What do I click? All that stuff." My thoughts on that whole situation is that I think Thompson has to recognize at this point that he's just beyond like China and those Asia territories. Like, his stuff is at this point, I would say, global. I mean, you got people over here in America, Mexico, China, etc., that all want your products, and you've grown like to this, bigger standard. I think you have to kind of think about expanding a little bit. We all knew he was still working with Omni-May because otherwise his products would have been taken down at some point. You know what I mean? There would be no reason to put that trunks up there if he wasn't working with them. So we already had the idea that yes, Tonson is still working with OmniMay. Cool. And that's why we were also expecting those little ghost boos before. He had mentioned that before in the comments in one of the posts that are now deleted, unfortunately, that it would go there. And that was around the time OmniMay randomly had their Insta deleted. But that's beside the point. But now, you know, I feel like, yes, you've got OmniMay to work with, and it's not beyond them to have some exclusive item that is more available to people. They did that with DL Customs for that Beast Gohan transforming face. And I don't necessarily think it would be a bad thing to do. I mean, in the way that Tonson explained it in one of his posts, he does these little bonus items like as a gift. He has things that he wants to make, but he doesn't have full scale plans to make them, you know, like fully produced into a whole kit or whatnot. And this is his way of kind of just giving back some extra stuff. And I mean, I get that, but again, he has to like recognize at this point that his stuff has just gotten way bigger than maybe he thought it would be. Because 2 years ago, it was just Vegeta stuff that we were worried about from him. And I think the Bardock sculpts he had done before. And now it's full-fledged figures that nobody has done yet that look very high quality, on top of the fact that you've teased Bardock sculpts that are updated, look very anime or manga accurate. Goku sculpts that look very cool, accurate, that people are waiting for. You know, it's just blown up. So that's kind of my take on that. Any other thoughts you guys want to add before we move?
Proof that Tonson is a true fan is the fact that he's doing that one Goku figure riding a bike. That's the hallmark of a true fan.
Facts. Hey, can you pull that one up real quick, dog? That's yes.
Say again.
Yes.
Which one?
The where the one from the cover that he's doing.
The cover. Say, be more specific.
It was a Toriyama cover they did with Goku wearing the leather jacket where he's riding the bike.
Volume 17, I think.
Do I have that one on here? I don't remember if I posted that one on here. Did he put it on his Weeboo?
I got you.
Or is that on Facebook? Hold on. I'm trying to remember. Where did that get posted at? Because he deleted it, so... Tonson, okay, I don't know what the deal is with the deletion of stuff. I'll be honest with you, some accounts do it and some don't. Like Black Hole Toys, they still have all their posts. Everybody else, they keep deleting stuff. So I don't know what the whole deal is with that when, you know, you just make a new account if it's that serious. You know what I mean? I don't know. If anybody is in deep with those private groups and knows why they delete all their stuff, you should tell me.
Check the chat, homie. I'm tempted.
All right, opening it now. All right, should be on the screen. There we go. All right, go ahead. What were we saying? Sorry.
Oh, that's all I had to say. It's the hallmark of a true fan right here. And the reason why I say it's the hallmark of a true fan is because it's obscure enough that it's like, yo, you wouldn't care to do this if you wasn't like a true fan. That's all. You can move on to the next thing because I feel like the main thing is I'm just gonna repeat the same things I've been saying. This is incredible. The fact that he's even doing this, it's amazing. The head sculpt that he has on this particular figure. It's the same hair sculpt at the very least. That's going to be on the whenever he releases his Bardock kits.
Yeah. And you know what? To piggyback off of that, that's another thing, like you said, to know he's a true fan. Because he's doing Super Saiyan Goku head sculpts and Super Saiyan 2. And he's doing the same for Bardock. And essentially, and Brother Bomb pointed this out, he could have literally just gave us the same head sculpt, just put a bandana on it. He literally did two separate head sculpts. Two separate head sculpts for both of these characters. And he really didn't have to do it. So if you're still questioning how he gets down, that should let you know something right there. Because we know Tamashi Nation, they done gave us the same head scope how many times? And, oh, here's this reissue. Oh, here, we've done this. But not really. So just saying, hey, this man is putting in that work. That passion is there. You see it, man. It's like,
There's a passion. Exactly. There's
straight
passion.
up. That
Okay,
passion is
actually,
there.
the free, sorry, I mean, but yeah, but the free Tory bot STL for 3D printers,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did that too. Yep.
that
He
was,
did that too.
you know, nobody prompted it. It was just a very sweet thing to do when it happened. I certainly appreciate it. Somebody who has access to a 3D printer.
Yeah. Cool.
The little things like that, they just go to show you that there's passion.
Big content.
For sure, for sure. Any last thoughts before we move on to the next third party?
On to the next, player. On to the next. Yeah.
All right. We're gonna keep this one pretty quick because Demoniacal Fit hasn't really been too vocal these last few months. So unfortunately, if you're gonna ask me about Future Gohan, or ask Bomb about Future Gohan, or ask Sai about Future Gohan, or ask Adrian about Future Gohan, nobody knows, man. Listen, that thing I think is.
I have a theory on Future Gohan.
I think that thing is. I really think that thing is buried because, you know, the drama and the stuff behind it with the whole thievery of the files and stuff like that. I do think that we still haven't really heard the whole story, and there's stuff more that we need to hear. But I don't know if it's gonna happen. You know what I mean? If that information is ever gonna come out. So I guess we're kind of waiting and seeing. But out of the things we can say about Demoniacal Fit, they do have this 2-pack Super Saiyan 2 Gohan and Crystal Ball Clear Orange Gi Goku. What do you guys think about this?
I'll just kick it off real quick. Just touch on Future Gohan real quick, just to give y'all a quick theory of mine. Don't be surprised if when Demoniacal Fit does actually release Future Gohan, it's actually like Tamashi's Future Gohan with more accessories. Don't be surprised if that happens. But to talk about what's on the screen right now, this is I ain't gonna lie, this is a baller play by Demoniacal Fit. Excellent play by them. The original release, was a whole event exclusive, and then it became, it was on Premium Bandai for a little bit. And if you look at the price for that in the aftermarket, sheesh. Yeah. So this was an excellent choice by them. And they put it at a price that's damn near unfair. Unfair in the sense that it's I'm trying to figure out how they're really making money off of it.
Yeah, they gotta be.
The price is so good. I can't give them. I wish it was, more updated mode. I always say that, but this is an excellent drop by them.
I agree.
I gotta keep it a buck. Yeah, that price, you're not beating that price. No one is beating that price. Like, everything that you're getting right here was it for $54? That's crazy. That's wild. That is disgusting. That, like, whoever, like, that, I ain't gonna, that's big D energy right there. That's just keeping it real. I'm just keeping it real. That's crazy. Like, no one has ever heard it. Like, what? Two figures like this for $54 all together? That's insane. That's unheard of. So it's like, I tip the hats off to them for this, for sure, like 100%, right? Not knocking for that, but at the same time, just me being real, it's just, we already knew this was coming. This was still in the pipeline, so for us, we weren't surprised about this. We were telling you guys about these since what, 2022? So, we knew about these, so it was like, it wasn't a surprise, nothing like that. The price was a surprise, absolutely, right? But this wasn't a surprise at all. So it was like, all right, cool, I'm glad, that they put it out for those who missed. I see you, Aaron. For those who missed the event exclusives, I'm glad that this is an option for y'all, not for me. I'm good, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm waiting for other stuff for them. Like this, I'm good on this. Like I said, this is already in the works. It's already coming down the pipeline. So, hats off to them for that one. You know, give it to them, give them the kudos for that. But you know, at the same time, they just keep, they just keep you know, shoot themselves in the foot. But you know, that's another discussion for some other things. You know, but I ain't got nothing else to say.
What I'll say. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. No, I like it. It's I mean, just gonna echo the same thing that my friends here are saying. It's definitely a good looking figure, and the price point's insane. I mean, they have to be losing money. It's my idea. I can see this being $70.
Right.
For one team, that's the price out. Yeah.
And I just think, I mean, they didn't add. Did they add anything extra besides the Goku head sculpt, or is that the only extra thing? Okay.
The Goku head sculpt, in comparison to the official release, yeah, that extra, the Goku head sculpt with the black hair, that's extra because the original doesn't come with that.
Maybe they could have added an extra bang option for Gohan to be like windy or windswept, similar to like how I think Ekin Toys one is for Beast Gohan, where it's like one windswept version. So that when he's doing the the Father Son Kamehameha, it just, I don't know, looks more in motion.
I mean, you know, but to be fair, like I said, we've known about this being in the works for a hot minute. So we already know no changes could have been made at that point. This was already just, they've been sitting on this. Again, when did we first see these? Like I said, we saw these, 2022? When we first saw these?
So the renders, and stuff like that.
Yeah, like we saw these a long time ago. And that's just our circle we saw this a long time ago. So it was like, you know, like, yo, like, that stuff was already in work. So like, I can't say, you know, add anything more to it, because for what you're getting for at that price, there's nothing else you can really ask for at that point. Because that's just a lot. Like, that's just keeping it real. That's phenomenal. I can't deny it. That's just phenomenal for me.
I will say that their current release schedule is unclear. All right, so I'm not even worried about future Gohan at this point. The picture I have on screen is this is the last release schedule that they have confirmed, quote unquote, that they're doing. Now, 2 of these figures on the screen are being done now by Black Hole Toys, which actually, I will point out, Bomb showed me a screenshot, I think, that he got from one of his viewers, that the box on one of the Black Hole Toys, I think it was the UI Goku, right?
Yeah, the new MUI Goku, yeah.
It says demoniacal fit at the bottom of the box, even though it's clearly by Jesus. It says demoniacal fit at the bottom of the box, but it's made by Black Hole Toys, which we've all kind of started to understand that Black Hole Toys is like a small subset of people that left DF, I believe, to do their own thing. So I am curious, like, how does that work? Does this just now mean that Black Hole Toys essentially wiped this from their calendar and now DF has opened to doing something else, like maybe that Broly, which is another topic in and of itself, because personally, I think that Broly is just super freaking outdated, and I don't understand why people want it so much. If you want to have the Broly, I think getting the authentic one is just a lot better option, in my opinion, or just wait for a new one if you want authenticity. But if you want to get a bootleg of it, which is already feeling outdated articulation wise, in my opinion, it's one of those things where, does it really need to still be a thing? They've taken this long to get to it, and they're still kind of, I don't even feel like working on it right now, because we haven't seen any new updates since that last prototype, which was like 2+ years ago. So I mean, it's really uncertain. That's just how I feel. I mean, I get people probably would want it just for the sake of it being cheaper, but I mean, still, it's pretty outdated. And I know that the Kong Beast Deities one is a little bit up in the air because proportions and whatnot, but I don't know. I feel like we're not that far away from Tamashii just giving us a new legendary Super Saiyan Broly or a restrained Broly and moving on from there. That's just how I feel. But if anybody else has some countering thoughts, I'm open to hearing them.
No, I think you're on point with your announcement. Oh, go ahead, Adrian.
Sorry. I'm gonna have to take off in a little bit.
No worries.
Yeah, I leave my wife for me, but yeah. I'll let you guys keep going. So I'm gonna keep watching, but I gotta go take care of my baby anyway.
For sure. Appreciate you jumping on.
Thank you for popping in, man. For real. Like, for real.
No, gentlemen, honored to be here.
Yeah. Appreciate everything you do for the community. Appreciate everything. You know, you my brother. You know that. So, hey, for real, man. Do your thing. You always holding it down on all ends. Hey, you know, Thank you for blessing us with your presence. Thank you, for real.
Thank you guys. Thank you, man. Thank you, Sai. First, Bomb.
No problem.
Love you guys. I'll catch you in the chat later.
Catch you later, man.
Bye, buddy.
To add on to what you were saying, Brother Burst. Yo, hey, matter of fact, everybody listening, Burst is the action figure investigator. I've been meaning to put that out there. This man is the action figure investigator. He shot. That's his other name. But either way, going back to what you said with Broly, I do believe that suppressed Broly is closer than we may think. Maybe not this year, but sometime next year. And I already, me and my good man Sai have theorized on this, and I'm just gonna give y'all a little nugget. I believe this is a hard guess now. I believe Suppressed Broly will be a December 2025 release. And that would be the perfect time for him to be released. Box office, around the holiday season, perfect way to end the year off. But either way, as far as like a legendary Super Saiyan Broly, I can understand why people would want that, you know, the old like 1.5 body mold legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Because, you know, they don't have a legendary Super Saiyan Broly. And then even when we get to the Beast Deities, right? I don't have a problem with the proportioning at this point in time. When I get it in hand, I could probably say something different, right? But even that is going to be very limited. For example, we've seen how fast the Super Saiyan 3 leftover stock sale went out, right? Imagine Broly. So, I agree with Burst. Maybe it's best to just wait for the actual, whenever we get an updated version to that legendary Super Saiyan Broly, which it'll probably be aesthetically the best legendary Super Saiyan Broly, and I'm including Beast Deities in there. I think it'll be better than the Beast Deities version. It's just that at this point in time, we don't know when that will be dropped, right? We'll get suppressed Broly, but then it's like, well, when are we gonna get our updated legendary Super Saiyan Broly? Well, your guess is as good as mine, right? Hopefully it would be not too soon after we get the suppressed Broly, but I wouldn't hold my breath for that either. But that's all I have to say about that. I hand it off to you, Brother Sai, if you have any comments.
I mean, no pun intended, we pretty much beat a dead horse. You know what I'm saying? It really is one of those, like I said earlier, you know, they shoot themselves in the foot. Like, I don't like, shout out to Aaron. You know what I'm saying? He like he said in chat, nostalgia sells. And that's literally what they're making of. That's just keeping it 100. Like, I've seen people say some crazy stuff when it comes to, you know, getting these figures. Like, I've seen people, like, the wildest things in the world. Like, get a figure, they finally get it, they spend some crazy amount on that, you know, secondary market on figure, and then said figure, same exact figure, you know, coming with less, not even more, you know, is getting a reissue. And they're like, oh, I can finally get this figure now, you know, at just MSRP. And I'm like, you already got it though. You already spent the bread on the secondary market for that same figure. And the better one that came with more accessories. You already got it. Why would you spend more money on getting the same thing again? Oh, you know, it's just, you know, I feel like, you know, I'm winning this time. And I was like, wow, all right, okay, to each your own. And that's all I can say to that. So it's like with this, that's what I really believe that they're banking on. Just that nostalgia of it in and of itself. But it's like, for real, I'm gonna be up front. If you like, you know, you just need to have this, you just never got this Broly, you just want it for your collection, I get it, you know, I'm a perfectionist, I understand it myself, you know. But really, like I'm gonna say, like you better off just wait. I'm gonna be up front, like you better off just wait, because it's not gonna hold up. To today's standards, it's really not gonna hold up to it. Like it really, I really feel like it's waste money because I mean, you really look at it to drop this, and then you see the Goku's, the Super Saiyan 4 standing in front of it, and then you're gonna drop this like probably within the same year as that. It's like really, it's literally what we're giving Tamashi flack for right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we got 4 Power Frieza coming, and then you drop this mediocre Vegetas. Like really, like what are we doing right now? You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's in that same basket. It's like you can't just say one thing about one and then not say the same thing about the other. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Like, and that's just what it is with this. It's like they're really taking those pages out of Tamashi's playbook, and it's like at that point it's like why? Like, because now again, that's probably going to be coming around like next year, and then we also know what's coming next year. Kong, well, as my mind twin brother, as he says it, Kong deity. We know those Broly's are dropping from them next year, and buddy, man, I don't even.
The fact that we've already seen like a prototype, basically. We saw pictures of it being built with the pieces, but then we saw a full prototype. I don't know. It's possible it could still just be pushed out all the way to 2025, but if it hits like, for example, like a Christmas kind of release, that would be glorious.
Oh no. Oh, that would be wild. I'm fully expecting, next year, 2025. Like, I'm fully expecting that. Like, 2025, like, for it to be 2024 release, that's crazy. That would be wild, bro. That would be, like, I'm going to be upfront. Even if they said they're shipping at the end of this year, it would still blow my mind.
Right.
That would still blow my mind. Because it would be like, bro, that was, like, one of the fastest turnarounds they've had. Like, for this, that's crazy. Like, to even just be shipping by the end of this year would be wild. That would just be wild. Like, I don't even know what to say to that. And you see, like, in DF, like, just to harken back to them, the only 2 figures I'm really wanting from them, and all 3 of us on the same page with this. They're MUI Goku.
Yep.
They're 3.0 MUI Goku. And their 3.0 Dragon Blaster, which is their Super Saiyan 3, with the standard.
Oh man, that thing. There's no way that thing is not gonna be like $100 and over. There's no way.
Hey, you know what? Hey, keeping it 100. We see what they did with the Goku and Gohan. So I can't say that. So I'm gonna be up front. I would not be surprised. I'm gonna put my stake in it right here. I'm gonna say the price is probably gonna be like $70, $75 at the most.
Shoot, the shipping will make up for that then, because that thing finna be heavy, bro.
I mean, not really. If you buy it off AliExpress, you got free shipping.
Nah, all right. Well, I guess Figure Model 02 store, Figure Model store, they have had consistent free shipping, but other places, I be seeing they be having shipping still that you have to pay for. So that thing is gonna be expensive on some other sites.
I mean, even then though, if you're getting it from 5K, you know that shipping ain't gonna be crazy. It's not gonna be wild.
Shoot, I'd be worried about the freaking dragon breaking though.
Of course, they're gonna ship the parts. It's not gonna be put together.
God, could you imagine, bro, getting 5 boxes? Like, think of Beast Deities, but with Demon Fit. You get 5 big ass boxes to your doorstep for that thing. That would be wild, bro. I'm sorry. They also listen. I not to clown on Kong Beast Deities, but I do not like the new box system. Just truthfully, I feel like they could just condense it back down to 1 box. But we'll get into Kong in a little bit. Any other thoughts on Demon Fit here?
Not really. In terms of it being outdated, yeah, it's outdated, but I feel like I always try to reference the community and try to see the general consensus in the community. I think some people are actually satiated with the Broly that mold for Broly that was released by Tamashi, and we've seen that. Of course, Demon Fit had plans to release that, which is what we've been talking about. But if it had if Demonical Fit could add that same paint or shading from the early days of Tamashi, I think some people would hold that as one of the best releases of that year, just off the strength of paint and shading. And then, you know, that's sometimes that could be the difference between somebody saying this is outdated and this is just perfect, you know.
Fair.
I tend to fall more into the category of, hey, I need that mold and sculpt to be like the cartoon, exactly how I seen it there, or at least close to how I be seeing it there, or we're working our way towards there. And I think the shoulders kind of replicate that, but either way, I digress.
Yeah.
I'd say wait for whatever updated version Tamashi does. Or if you want to spend that pretty penny on the Beast Deities version on the secondary market, or if you're lucky enough to get it with the extra stock sale, which is basically just people that wasn't able to pay their second payment, and that's what you're buying from.
For sure. All right. If there's no more thoughts on Demonical Fit, I'm gonna take it to. Okay, his new name is TK_KKT. I don't know what the name change is for, but it used to be TK_DIY. I don't know what the change is for, but everybody will most commonly know him as TK_DIY. So let's move in here and talk about this Revoltech meets SHfiguarts, because that's essentially what this is.
Hey.
So.
Hey.
This thing, when it first started popping up, I wasn't sure if it was by TK or not. I remember like sending the pictures, and I think there was like one clip or something on Billy, and you know, then it came out that he was working on it, and I was like, this is such an interesting thing to do. Like, aesthetic wise, I think it looks good on certain legs, but this is one of those things I think people have always wondered: what if Kaido got a chance to make an Amazing Yamaguchi or Revoltech Dragon Ball figure? Like, what would that look like? And this is your answer.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, look at this thing. Yeah.
So one thing I'll say about it, right? If we're continuing with TK, right? It definitely, I think, the overall front facing, look right there. Stop, hold it right there, Burst. But that had the UI.
Sorry.
That particular aesthetic, I think, looks a lot more like the musculature. Looks a lot more like that box art for the Toyotaro SHfiguarts Goku. I think that upper torso definitely matches that box art way better. All you basically have to do is, if you wanted to, take the Tamashi head and put it onto here. That's the figure on the box, you know? Now, is this my personal favorite at all? If you see my video, the Ultra Instinct Wars, you know this is not my personal favorite. We'll probably get to that a little bit later, but I think it looks great. For all the people that want this, definitely pick it up, because this is the Wasp's ankles, potentially, for you. So, and it goes on multiple different legs. Like, if you don't, like I discussed before, if you don't like 3.0, all right, it fits on the 2.0. You feel me? So, this is going to be a good one.
That's the thing that's going to be dope, too, man, because, like I said, that's, like, the biggest thing. The fact that it can go on 2.0 legs or 3.0 legs, like, that's just going to be wild. That this is going to be like it's gonna be hard, like because just that body alone, right? And if you want something for reference, what is it, Revoltech Spider-Man, the 2.0 one that they dropped recently, that body, because that's essentially what this is. That's essentially what this is, and it's like, yo, that's like that. To be able to pull all that off like that, and I've always said that. I've always said, yo, I would love to see Revoltech get their hat in the race and do Dragon Ball figures, because we know the articulation would just be phenomenal. It would be insane. Like, it would be crazy. Like, we see the amount of accessories they give with their figures, and yeah, a lot of people, you know, it's a love or hate relationship. with their articulation, how they separate the stuff and how it's segmented and all that. Like, I get it, right? But it's like one thing you cannot deny. Them things, boy, when it comes to articulation, they're the kings of articulation because you can pretty much hit any pose you want to. Like, I just got the Aizawa from them. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, that one's good.
Crazy. That is crazy. Like that figure is wild. Like, so I can only imagine if they got their hands on Dragon Ball. Like, it would be crazy. Like, look at that. Like, that's just crazy. Like, that right there is like, that's wild. Like, just that body by itself is like, there you go. And it's pulling from this. And you're like, yo, that's pretty much what we wanted, the kind of articulation that people would have wanted. Like, I'm just imagining the amount of picture that we're going to see with that body by itself. Like, it's like pretty much that's gonna be TK's stamp on the Dragon Ball community. That I really feel that that's gonna be his stamp because that's just like Taunton, right? We already know Taunton's stamp on the community is his Vegeta head sculpts. Just about every Vegeta you see nowadays has his head sculpts. That's just what it is, point blank period. So now with this MUI body, and it's not, and even with that, it doesn't have to necessarily be limited to just MUI itself. That's gonna be like the stamp for like, yo, that crazy, dope, articulated, and good-looking body for Dragon Ball figures that's gonna stand out, that we're gonna see majority of the time now, like in a lot of pictures. And this is gonna be sick. Like, I can't wait. Like, I cannot wait. The only other figure I'm waiting on, like I said, aside from DF1, is what my brother Baum was alluding to earlier. And then when we get there, ooh, buddy, if that's what exactly what we want, I don't know what to do. That's gonna be great.
Any last thoughts on the Reval Tech Goku? All right. In addition to that, TK already released their Vegito kits, which did see some different changes, between the last few months after the initial show off of it. I think a lot of people like the newer version better. In addition to that, we got 2 new teases for other products, which is the Super Saiyan God Goku head sculpt and this very crazy looking face with the wide mouth. And then we also got some Vegito Blue head sculpt teases with the meme phone. I don't think I've ever seen the particular thing unless it's like Fednio art or something, but I don't know. It looks cool. He's got the "Why are you seriously crying" face. It looks nice. But we got to talk about the Super Saiyan God right here. That right there, to me, I don't know if I'm gonna get it yet, but the faceplate or head sculpt, whatever it is, that has that Broly hand crushing him into the ice, that right there is raw. I want that, but I don't necessarily know if I'm gonna get it because we also have another third party doing the same thing, so we'll see. But how do you guys feel about these TK SSG sculpts?
I think they're great. I think the main thing is that, like, the goal. As my good man Adrian, who left already, he said, Super Saiyan God fused with gold with that one screaming face, right? That particular frame is so specific that's pulled from. Like, of course, TK can do whatever they want, but like, that's a very specific frame. Like, I legit, I was talking to my homie, he's like, yo, where is that even from? And you really gotta skip through that fight and like freeze frame it in order to see that face. Now, I appreciate the effort and even the comedic aspect of the face, but yeah, that is, I don't know, it's very niche, very specific.
Yeah.
But I guess you could say the same thing about the Vegito phone, right? But I'll talk about Vegito once we get to Vegito. We're on Super Saiyan God right now.
What about you, Sai?
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm y'all know me. I'm all for different. I'm all for breath of fresh air. Like, it's funny. It's hilarious. Like, for me, I'm definitely gonna use that, and I know I'm about to get a lot of flack for this, but it is what it is. And when everybody say, "Oh, go beat Superman," I'm gonna refer them back to that face. That's what I do every time. I'm gonna refer them back to that face. Remember when my man nose melted with his forehead? Like there you go, right there. Like that happened. So like that right there is like, yeah, I'm down for it. I like it. Like he does great work regardless. Like you already know, especially like I said, that face right there, him getting crushed into the ice, that was wild. Like that like TK when it comes to his head sculpt, they're him and Taunton are like right there. That's me personally. Him and Taunton are like right there. Like the quality and the work that they put in, the passion that they put into these is crazy. Like you see it, you know what I'm saying? So it's like for me, I'm just like I'm all for pretty much whatever they put out because it's always gonna be a passion project for them that they're going to like reference, the art specifically for what it is that they have in mind. And I'm like, yeah, I'm all for this. It's dope. Like I'm hyped. I can't wait for these. Like these are really, really good.
Definitely. With that, how do you guys feel about the? Oh, I keep clicking the wrong thing. How do you guys feel about the?
Real quick.
Oh, good.
So something to play. I always gotta put the the other side of things and how people could look at this because I like reading the comments and just seeing the contrast of viewpoints. So people will look at, and this goes for more than just TK, right? It goes for other head sculpt kits. A lot of take for example. The Super Saiyan God figure just got a general release by Tamashi, of course, right? And I think it was actually on one of your community posts, Burst, where somebody was like, damn, that much money for the kit? I could get the full figure for that price.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'm content with the head sculpt. And, to that, each their own. I think that head sculpt kicks Tamashi's head sculpt, slaps it into the dirt, so to speak. But to each their own, right? People have I'm satiated with this. This is good enough for me. And what can I say to that? But the main thing I want to bring up with this whole thing is just, the price,
Yeah.
The price for these kits I could see, make people feel a certain way, right? I spent $35 on a full figure, and you telling me I got to spend $40 for the kit? Well, that's the way it is, Either you're gonna buy it or you're not.
Yeah. Essentially.
Any last thoughts?
That's it for Super Saiyan God. At least TK Super Saiyan God.
All right. Well, let's move into talking about these Vegetos that keep popping up here. TK's Vegeto scopes. They're third, I think, in terms of how many people are making them, right? We've got HM, and then we've got OC Toys, and then TK. I think that's the only three. There might be one more, I don't know. But still, we have a lot already coming out. But we've got just a kind of a small kit here. I don't think he's had any test models shown yet of it, so we're kind of left wondering how it'll look in hand. But yeah, I at least want to see how the Are You Crying face turns out, because the other studios that are doing them, I don't think we've really seen any in-hand models yet. What do you guys think?
For the Vegeto, I think that it is actually let me say this specifically, the Super Saiyan Blue Vegetos from TK might be my favorite that I've seen so far. I think it might be my favorite, especially the face looking at the phone, which for TK, as I remember when all the pictures were being revealed, TK was the first one to show Vegeto having the phone in hand. And then shortly after, like a day or so later, we saw, who was it, OC Studio?
Yeah, OC Toys.
And then, I'm not sure, did HM reveal a phone in the hand?
Yeah, I think so. I want to say yes, but they might have just shown off a new render of their Are You Crying face. That might have been what it was.
But overall, yeah, I definitely have to say I love it. PK, I would just say, if you're listening to this, can we get these heads to fit onto the 3.0 mold, better?
Mm-hmm.
But That's all. Like, you can still technically fit them on, especially with Adrian's neck peg, but you know, sometimes it might the neck, as I've discussed before, could be a little bit too thick or what have you. So
Right.
it'll be nice if it could fit onto some 3.0 Vegito bodies that we have.
Honestly, it'd be kind of wild if it didn't, considering, I mean, the only Vegitos you can get at this point going forward will be third parties until Tamashii drops theirs again. Because, you know, rumor has it, OC Toys is working on some. But, Sai, do you have any thoughts about the TK sculpt or nah?
I mean, look, I don't really have much to say. Y'all know why. Again, I don't really flack for this. I'm not a huge Vegito fan. I know. They look amazing though. I will not deny that they still do look amazing. That's just, for me, I'm just not a huge Vegito fan like that.
Gogeta all day.
All day. But yeah, like I said, they look good, and then you know just the amount of Vegitos that like circulated is just crazy. Just the head sculpt is wild. Like it's so much.
Right.
So, I mean, you know, it's one of those things where you know it's just pick your poison pretty much at this point. It's literally what it is, you know. So I mean, they all look these. I mean, aside from the ones that the first iterations of the ones that we saw, though, that was my favorite, which we all know that. But yeah, these like I said, these from TK, these look amazing.
All right. Well, moving on, I guess we can get some of the smaller third parties out of the way. The ones that have been more so quiet lately, which is like DO Customs, Lefma, RE Custom, those type of things. Now, all of those people that I just listed or accounts are kind of like tied together in some way under different tag names, but more or less you can tell the style is very much kind of the same between these different scopes we've seen. They're just under different names. But most recently, we got hit with something big, which was the Super Saiyan 3 sculpts from RE Custom. Listen, it was just maybe right place, right time, whatever. But I had saw these on Xianyu at like, I don't even know what that was, like 12 a.m. or something, 1 a.m. And I was like, okay, so some random third parties making Super Saiyan 3 sculpts, cool. And they just put it up for pre-order. Then, like, I don't even think it was like 30 minutes later, the guy Steve Chen TC, I think, put out a picture of, I think, an actual physical test model. And I was like, okay, so they're further along than I thought, because they didn't have any test models up on Xianyu. So then, like, hours later, I think RE Custom makes a post right here, and I'm like, what the hell? This was you the whole time. Like, why didn't you just start posting updates? Because I had no idea that they were making it, or, you know, if they were partnering with somebody, whatever. I had no idea. And on the post that it originated from on Xianyu, made no mention of RE Custom, Lefma, DL, nobody. So I was just left clueless. But the fact that they're doing this, pretty surprising, because the faceplates are plugged in a very different way. They're not the usual peg style where you have to insert it with the peg holes and stuff like that, or even how Beast Deities is doing it with the cutouts. This, you got to actually yam it up into the hair, which I think is interesting, in order to kind of keep a seam line, as well as also not have to have so much going on with the hair. But yeah, what do you guys think about the sculpt so far and the renders?
Man, okay, you want to hear something real quick? What I realized about this hair sculpt? Remember when they showed RE Custom, when they showed that they was doing Super Saiyan 3 GT Goku hair sculpts?
Yep.
Same exact style.
Oh, they deleted the pictures. Gosh.
Yep.
I hate when they I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
I got it. Like, yo, I was like, I peeped that. I was like, yo, that hairstyle is like the exact same. Like, I'm like, I know I'm not bugging. And
Right.
of course, it's shorter because, you know, it's GT Kid Goku, you know, so of course it's going to be smaller. But I was like, yo, that's like the same that style is pretty similar. I was like, yo, all right, they got it. So like for me, this is the Super Saiyan 3 head sculpt I have been waiting on. Like,
Right.
I have been dying for this. Like, this is it right here. Like that. Like, absolutely. Like, oh yes. Like that's a day one cop. Like, yes, absolutely, day one cop. Like point blank period. And again, this is where I say this again. Like I said, DF shoot themselves in the foot. This is to go along with the DF body. Pretty much, you get this head sculpt, that's it. You don't need any other Super Saiyan 3. This, I mean, given what Tamashi's gonna drop, years from now. But until that point, this is it. This is going to be it. Like, the hair, as long as I don't know what, like, I was supposed to be. Like, I see this, all I think of, to me, and there it is right there, there it is. And all they did was just make it for the body. It's like, yo, you got it. So it's like, yo, and the faces look sick. Faces look sick. I'm like, yep. As soon as I saw it, I was like, yo, all they did was just they made it fit. So like for me, I see this, all I think is instantly what comes to mind, just like how Tamashi did with the Goku, with the Gohan and Goku with the Kinton Flying Nimbus. Instantly, with this, I instantly thought Fusion Reborn. Unfortunately, all day, I was like, that's it. I was like, that's my Goku. That's my Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Like for me, that was like the first Dragon Ball movie I ever owned. Was that? That was the first movie I ever owned. So that's instantly like off the rip. So I was like, yep. That's day one for me. I'm like, because all I'm doing now is I'm comparing. I'm like, okay, I'm looking at this.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, I got the DF one. You know what I'm saying? It's like, now, because it's like, really, it's like, now all it comes down to is, how is the hair going to be? You know what I'm saying? Like, because we all, felt we felt the burn from Kong deities with the heavy hair.
Yeah, can't do it.
Yeah. So it's like with this though, so you got like 2 Super Saiyan 3s, you got 1 whole figure coming out, and now you got the head sculpt, which goes to that same body, which the body already is on point. No one can contest that, nobody can argue that. That is like, bar none, the perfect 3.0 base Goku today. Just keeping it above. Now you give me a Super Saiyan 3 head sculpt to go with that? Bruh. Like, and then just looking at it from this picture that you have right now, you can see where it's literally, that's up into the hair, but you see where the slot is for the faces. So it's like, yeah, like this is, I'm hyped because I can't wait. I cannot wait. Like, and I'm hoping, to be honest, that they make it to where it can fit other bodies, because I'm like, that head sculpt on the DF, on the Kong deity's body, perfect.
Yep.
Perfect. Battle damage and all, perfect. I'm Gucci. I'm good.
But listen, if they don't make it compatible, we got our good boy AFFM Customs. He's got it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
One thing I will say about this though too is, I don't know if it's going to be sold on OmniMay or AliExpress. I don't think I've seen any listings for it yet. But it is already custom, so there's a pretty decent chance it'll pop up on OmniMay. I mean, they've been hosting their products, so I guess we'll see. They do have that. Actually, what is it called? Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Actually, what is it? Hobby Model Store, Figure Model Store. They made a post about this, so they want to have it on their store. So.
Oh yeah, they. By the way, I think it's Model Hobby Store or Hobby Model Store. They made their own website. Yeah. I don't know. They can't. I don't know what the reason is that they can't put Dragon Ball stuff on their AliExpress store, but they can't for some reason, so they had to make their own store. So I haven't shopped there at all yet, so I can't really say, if it's a site to go to. But if you've shopped there and you feel like it's okay, let people know, because a lot of people ask, is this site like actually Hobby Model Store? And genuinely, the prices on there are a lot lower for some of the stuff, at least when they launched the store the last time I looked at it. And that's like, I think what sets people off, like, it's kind of sus. It's a brand new store, so it's probably going to catch some flack for a while before people really start saying, okay, yeah, you go to the site, it's another trusted source, also RE Custom has this, I think it's called Legendary Breakthrough. Oh, go ahead.
So one thing I'll add, I'll give some quick thoughts. The Super Saiyan 3, I think it looks great. I just have a couple worries. One, Saiorus mentioned already, the weight. And two, will the hair be articulated? That being said, in terms of hobby model store, on the Instagram, it links both websites. So I'm assuming if the Instagram is legit, and that Instagram is linking both websites, I'm thinking that the website will be just as legit as the AliExpress store. But that's just an assumption. I haven't ordered from there myself just yet. But that option is there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'll say about that. Then we can move on to the next thing I'm about it.
For sure. All right, so they already showed this Legendary Breakthrough Super Saiyan Goku sculpt a while ago. I believe it's intended to ship July, maybe. It could get pushed back. From the latest photos, it does look near complete, if not complete. So should be expecting that hopefully soon. There's also supposed to be another variant that has the red eyes and more whitish looking hair. I don't know when that's going to be coming, but
Goku B.
yeah, hopefully they show that soon, or it just arrives as stock. I mean, I've been noticing some stores or, artists, whatever, kind of holding off and dropping things a little bit closer to just when it's supposed to release. If they did that, be perfectly fine with it, honestly, but they haven't really said too much about it. And they've been a little quiet regarding other things as well. They do have Ultra Ego Goku sculpts that they're working on. They have these Super Saiyan, Ultra Ego Vegeta, and then Super Saiyan 1 and 2 GT Kid Goku that they're working on. They have two variants for that sculpt. One is pearl set, one is matte. We haven't seen anything about that in a while. And also, I think they also teased that they were working either RE Custom, DL Custom, or I don't know. All of them, whatever. Somebody's working on those Piccolo sculpts. So we have a lot to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, that was DL, I'm correct?
Yeah, that was DL.
Yeah.
Yep, DL. I don't know if they're like individual people or not, but they all more or less seem to work together though.
Yep. It was definitely all in the same circle. That is for certain.
I do remember somebody said to me one time that they're in a chat of sorts, and that's also why they all coordinated to delete stuff, but still don't know the reason why, But these are those Piccolo sculpts from DL Customs. Don't know how far along they are now, but we did just get this latest render, which was back in May. But yeah, what do you guys think about that stuff? Or if you are planning to hopefully get any of that stuff once it's available?
Oh, absolutely. You gotta always show the love for Big Green. And of course, Ultra Ego. I'll always welcome out new Ultra Ego head sculpts, because the only one that we have so far is the one from Kong Studio back when it was still called that, their 2.0 Vegeta. And I want to see what they could do now. Hopefully, I'm thinking that when we get future Vegeta waves from Beast Deity, I think that one of them will end up being Ultra Ego Vegeta anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But until then, RE Custom, or Recustom as I like to call them, I think that they're probably going to knock it out of the park. They're really good with the head sculpts. And of course, just to briefly mention RE Custom again, they teased the Ultimate Gohan. And it almost seemed like it was going to be a full figure.
Yeah.
But we haven't heard anything about that since. Time will tell what the word is. But yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts on that.
Yeah, they also deleted that picture too, unfortunately.
I got you.
Yeah, if I recall, wasn't it a render of like the fighters render, like literally ripped from the game?
Yeah, but hey, if it was a render you was gonna make a figure for, hey, that's a pretty good render. So,
Check the chat. Check the chat. I just dropped it in the chat.
All right, opening it now.
Like it's straight up, like it looks dope. Like it looks really dope. Like I'm excited for like a lot of these things, like for real. How I think the Piccolo one, what I think with that one, right? Because like I said, earlier, we're definitely getting a new Piccolo. Like we're definitely getting a new Piccolo, right? So that could have been like, paused because, I pointed this out, said it before, there you go on. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, third party could have got there, could have got wind of something. And so they, put it on pause because they got wind of something. And then, we're going to wait before we drop these Piccolo heads because we know something else is coming down the pipeline from fishing. So we want to see how it's going to be if they, any changes can be worked out, whatever the case may be, right? So like, because it's like those, we saw those how long ago? Like,
this is like, at least, I want to say either early 2023. Yeah, it had to be an early 2023 because we barely had got the tease for the base Gohan sculpts, the SSJ4 Goku and Vegeta, and then they showed, I think, this render tease just shortly after.
Yeah, because it's like that, and then they also had their Gohan, their base Gohans, yeah, like you said, they was doing the Super Saiyan 4 ones.
I think that this Piccolo actually might be a whole figure now that I look at it, not just the head sculpt kit, because this body does look a little bit different color wise, and I think that it actually looks like it might be a full figure, so maybe that's why it's taking a long time.
Hey, if it is, I'm here for it. Like I said, Big Green needs love.
Max, I'm with you. That'd be wild if it's a full figure. That would be wild.
Especially they can make them in the correct height.
Yes. Oh man.
Yes.
I definitely think that they can. And I mean, if more people are joining the figure space like that, it's about to get rough for the wallet. I mean, we already got Tauntaun, you got Black Hole Toys, you got Beast Deities, you got Demoniago Fit, OC Toys eventually. I mean, I know it's mostly, a lot of it is just the same characters, but a lot of those also are outfits that are not going to be done officially in any capacity anytime soon. So, it's still very desirable. But besides that, I think that's it from RE Custom. We don't really, I know I didn't show anything about the Vegeta, but it's really just early renders. It's nothing like actionable yet. So I don't know when the next time we'll get a, peek at it, but it's anything crazy yet. There is probably one person I think making an Ultra Ego Vegeta that does have a prototype. I'll have to find the account, but we'll probably talk about that near the end. Let's see, who can we move into next?
If you want to show those pictures, I just sent them. If you want to show those.
Let me see. Yeah, I guess I'll just show this real quick. Like I said, it's nothing too crazy yet. We can't really judge it just yet. It's very early. So until they do an actual render with the proper, final renderings of it. But all right, let me pull up. This next one is gonna take a while. Let's talk about Beast Deities. Let's get Beast Deities out the way, and then let's wrap up with the other guys, and then we'll call it a stream because it's 3 hours and going. So you guys got a treat today. All right. See, this is also the problem. Beast Deities doesn't have any kind of Instagram. They don't use Baidu anymore. They don't use Weeaboo anymore. So everything is left to 5K Toys and other people who post their content across Facebook and stuff like that. So also shout out to Sai for posting on Facebook and keeping that group updated. Because I'll be honest, 5K Toys admins don't interact that much in that Facebook group. Like, they hardly touch it unless there's like really something that they have to address. So, big shout outs to Sai because he's holding the fort down over there essentially. And if you've been in that chat, man, y'all be going a little too ham in there on people. Man, some of the things I read, bro, wild.
Yeah.
But
thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
no problem. First things first, everybody's going to be wondering, when is this Vegeta coming? Honest to God, I really don't know how old these photos are. I would like to assume that these photos are old and they're just now popping out from whatever private groups or servers or whatever Beast Deities has, because I understand that it probably will take them a little bit longer to get the Vegeta going, just because you have to make sure he's somewhat proportionate. You have to make sure the articulation is pretty decent, even though those ankles are looking like they might cause trouble. And also making sure the design is right and doesn't look all bad, and also trying to work with their new faceplate system, etc. But on top of all that, I mean, essentially all they have to do is really copy Turles. That's it, and just slim him down a little bit. That's literally kind of it. Now, if that's how he'll turn out, I'll be fine with that. That's all I'm expecting them to come out with. But the Gokus that they have on deck, I don't know what's going on with those. If you've seen Zycor just came out in China, and he's on his way to the US for 5K Toys Warehouse. He's pretty solid. The SSJ3 reissues I've heard are really solid. I don't have them in hand, so I can't speak to it, in terms of what it looks like in hand. But based off the reviews, he sounds okay. And that has to lead me to believe that those Goku variants are right around the corner, because all that's different about them is the torn part on the chest and the head sculpts. That's it. Even though the head sculpts for at least the Super Saiyan variants are kind of just basically the repaints of the Goku Black sculpt, is it not?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so they shouldn't be taking that long. And I mean, many months ago, we did see a prototype of the base Goku sculpt, and then nothing about it since. So I don't really know. But between the Broly that we've kind of already talked about with its battle damage variant, Super Saiyan 3 variant, and I think one of those variants has the God Broly Bang attachment.
Yeah, that's the Super Saiyan 3 variant.
Yeah, I'm mad about that, but we could talk about that later. And then you've got the regular variant, you've got the 4 Broly head kit, and well beyond into the future, somewhere Cumber is in there. It's a lot, already. But that Goku variants should start appearing somewhere. There's no reason for them to, I think, be waiting this long to show them when there's nothing too functionally different about them. What do you guys think?
I definitely agree. In terms of the Goku variants, right? They say it's estimated for anywhere from Q2 to Q3 of this year. So I'm thinking by September, end of September, we should be seeing them pop up. I think the same goes for Fajita.
Mm-hmm.
And Fajita, the blue variant, with the blue spandex.
Mm-hmm.
He's also scheduled for Q2 to Q3. This is all according to 5ktoys.com, right?
Yep.
Overall thoughts on everything, I think is great. Of course, they're going to use the same mold till the wheels fall off. It's 3.0, but we getting a whole lot of 3.0, kind of the same mold from, I was about to say 5K Toys, from Beast Deity, but I guess it's to be expected. Whenever a quote-unquote 4.0 mold comes out, they'll expect new Gokus to go with that.
Yeah.
The Vegeta, I'm definitely excited for, because this will be the first updated Vegeta that we get, assuming that it comes out around the time that they say it's going to come out. Because other than that, it'll be the Super Vegeta from Tamashii Nations will be our first bona fide 3.0, 3.5, whatever you want to label it. Zycor, I've been fiending for Zycor to be made forever. Literally, one of the first conversations I had with Sai was that I need him to be an actual figure. Matter of fact, I was advocating for him to show up in an official story. But we had our whole conversation about that because Zyko is basically prototype Goku left. So that's unlikely to happen, is what I'm saying. But hey, you never know. Anything's possible in the land of Dragon Ball Super. And also to add on to upcoming stuff for Beast Deity, Brother Burst mentioned Cumber, but also they said all forms of Zyko is going to be made. So we'll see how that really ends up. I've been kind of doubtful when they said that. I was like, all forms, really? That's a lot of new scope work. But
yeah,
if y'all got it, I say go for it. And then also we have, and just referencing future waves. And sorry to put you on the spot with this verse because I'm gonna reference a bunch of stuff that has like a bunch of old pictures. So we have like, for example, the Super Saiyan 4 wave of the Broly. Broly's gonna get a second wave of Super Saiyan 4s. So it's gonna be like Dark Super Saiyan 4 where you have Dragon Ball and just regular Super Saiyan 4. I'm assuming they're gonna do Limit Break Super Saiyan 4, and of course, in that same wave, Super Saiyan 5 will be done. Now, the curious thing about Super Saiyan 5 is I wonder if they're gonna use the Toyotaro artwork for Super Saiyan 5. And yes, he did draw Super Saiyan 5 at one point. I wonder if they're gonna use that artwork where he's muscular, he's still bulky, but he's not quite as muscular. He's a bit more slim. Just because of his, Toyotaro's art style leans more towards, a slimmer, like very lean build type of body structure. And then we have, of course, the Sun Wukong Goku, as me and Sai have been calling it. That with Ultra Instinct, it was like a fan artwork or what have you, but it looked awesome.
That thing, what happened to that thing, bro? It just...
We just smell that it's supposed to come out. It's just... we don't know... we don't know when or... I'm assuming that it's going to come out at some point. Especially since, like, for example, referencing the Goku wave again, right? That's up for pre-order on 5K Toys as we speak. If you peep in that wave, there's still a couple of missing forms from that wave. So in that wave, you get Super Saiyan, and with the Super Saiyan, you get Super Saiyan 2, you get Base, you got Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken in there, and you get Super Saiyan Blue, but what's missing is Super Saiyan God, Ultra Instinct Omen, or Sign, if you want to call it that, and then regular Ultra Instinct. So I say that to say, whenever the actual Beast Deities decides to do Ultra Instinct Goku, I wouldn't be surprised if some Wukong Goku will be the prelude to a regular Ultra Instinct Goku, or the Ultra Instinct Goku will be a prelude to that some Wukong Goku. That's my guess. But other than that, sky's the limit for Beast Deities. They still have so much content to work with. I'm surprised they haven't actually done a Gohan yet, which would be fairly easy for them. And, in the past they've showed off, like, renders of future Gohan, funny enough. And they actually showed off renders of Ultimate Gohan. So, I guess the thing is, they could do that at their leisure, because at this point for them, that's just a new head sculpt, right? As you were referencing before, Burst. There's not a whole lot of technical stuff to do with that.
Right.
Okay, future Gohan, give them some slightly longer sleeves, maybe change the variation on orange a bit, and then a new head sculpt, and then that's done deal right there. So, yeah, like I said, sky's the limit for Beast Deities. I'm hoping for a Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta in the future.
Yes.
Same thing, Super Saiyan 5 Gohan. I'm hoping for those things, but, let's just stick with what we don't want to go too far ahead because I'm going to get myself hyped up and then, you know how it goes. But I pass it off to Brother Stein.
I was helping out in the background and, behind the scenes, you say you want to put you on the spot with the pictures and stuff, so that's why I'm doing, sending those in the chat so, you can pop those up whenever you want, if you want to. Yeah, like, honestly, I feel Kong Deities has pretty much laid out the groundwork for like the next 2 years for them. Like, honestly, I am perfectly fine with them not making any new announcements until all of this stuff comes out.
Yeah.
Actually, they're like, just go ahead and cook on everything that you've announced so far. Like, by all means, go ahead and cook. Like, you don't have to announce nothing new. You don't have to sit there and do anything else. Like, just keep cooking what you already announced. Like, that's like, let me tell you something. That Goku drops, oh my god. And then another thing, and here it is too with these Vegetas, right? So it's like, yo, and now with these Saiorus, when they put this in the chat, when they put those in there, but this Goku, when that Goku drop, that's gonna be sick. Like, that's gonna be like, that's gonna be so wild to even have. Because here's the thing, right? With this, it's like a lot is already done, and a lot of people don't even realize it, right? Like the pants, we already know they got 3.0 pants, right? Okay, the skirt, the cloak, whatever, right? The waist, that they already did that with their Xeno Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Easy. You can take that, fit that right around there, you're good to go. The bands, same. You already got that body and the bands, those arms, everything with the Goku Black that they just released. Pretty much all of the groundwork is there for that. Really, only thing that they have to do at this point is the sash. Like, now, that's what I want to know. If it's going to come with all of those things that you see in there.
Right.
Like the sash, the Dragon Balls, like, if it's going to come with that, it's like, bruh, that's going to be crazy. And then they would just have to do an NUI head sculpt. However they going to do that, however they going to do that. But the powerful, all that, easy, easy sculpt. It's already been out for years. Cool, add the ends to it. There you go. Tail, we already know they got tails galore. And like, essentially, this is the majority of this is already done. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets if this somehow, some way just finds its way onto our screens come time the game Black Myth Wukong drops here shortly, actually, this summer. I won't be surprised if we see something in regards to this. I would not be surprised. So that would be really, really dope. Like, this is like one of my most anticipated releases coming from them. Like, really, really hoping to see something else about this. Everything else, like, they're like, again, the Saiorus that they said that they asked about, hey, how about adding joints to these? It was like, that's literally, they're just scanning the statues and adding joints to the statues. That's wild. Like, absolutely. I'm there for it all day, every day. Cumber, everybody else, like, everything that they talked about, like, again, I'm for it, like, they don't have to make another new announcement, like, until pretty much they get to the end of everything that they've already announced. And that's how I honestly feel. Like, they already have, we're just waiting at this point. They've already announced everything. Like even with the Vegetas, we haven't seen all the Vegetas yet. Like, the Vegeta picture you were just on, that I said, like, that right there is like, we haven't even seen that one yet. Like we got the Werner, and that's the 3.0 one. We haven't even seen that one, and that one's a preface off the Tournament of Power. Man ripped his armor, ripped his shirt, he's shirtless and everything when he fought Toko. Like, yeah, like, that's gonna be sick. Like, I'm hyped, like, just the stuff that they got coming down the pipeline, like, yeah, I can't wait. Like, I just want to go ahead and take the time to cook. That's all we're gonna do. Just cook.
In addition to that, we didn't even see that battle damage variant that was teased. I mean, it was just a drawing, but the actual armor that was cracked, I think it's supposed to represent the Metal Cooler movie. We never saw that one, so I don't know. But they definitely have the time, and they got the options. I just hope that they don't wait too long. But let's move on into OC Toys. And I think we have like one or two more after this, and then we can take some questions if people have questions, and then we'll close. But OC Toys, so very quickly, they were working on originally 3 different Vegito kits, which quickly started expanding. First, they were just showing basically all of the heads, which was basically base, Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan Blue. And I think over time, they added more accessories to it. So you're going to get more value, which quickly jumped over HM's versions because you're getting less for more. Whereas this, you're getting more for what feels a fair price. In addition to that, you know, they have already been showing test models, and this thing is scheduled for like 2025. But I highly, like, I don't want to say assume, but I have a feeling that it will drop a little earlier than that. It feels like they're working pretty at a good pace, if that makes sense. And they already have some test models. I'll just quickly go through with crossed arm. Oh yeah, that's one other thing. The other studio that's working on their Vegito sculpts, they didn't add the crossed arms to their pre-orders for 5K toys. I don't know why, but you're going to be able to get those with the OC Toys stuff. So another reason why people would choose this one over the other. And all these accessories so far look pretty good. This is basically the DF Vegito repackaged. There you go, but in 3.0 form. And in addition to that, this is another thing. We kind of touched on Black Hole Toys already, but just additionally, originally the sculpts were by OC Toys, I believe, but the new renders don't really look like the OC Toys style anymore, so I'm not too sure. And then I got a comment saying I think TK took over, which is interesting. So I'm not sure how true that is, but if they really swapped who's doing the head sculpts, that's kind of surprising. But yeah, I mean, the earlier ones were a little rough, but they got better. So we'll see. There's also Windswept Vegito. They also have the Are You Seriously Crying face. So like I said in the beginning, that's 3 studios basically doing the same thing. Which one will come out to be the best? Hard to say right now because no one has really shown a test model of it. But yeah, here's some more updated pictures, and you know, feel free. I will try to post all the links to their accounts and whatnot after posts when the video's over. But yeah, a lot of stuff to go over with them. And in the comments of one of these, I think that they said they're making 5 different Vegito bodies, which is blowing my mind already. You see this, there was a render somewhere around here. I don't remember where it was. A render of the body for the blue. Okay, cool. There's a version for the blue and orange body, which at first we weren't sure if it was going to be by OC. But I'm just going to say I do still think it's kind of a collab between Black Hole and OC Toys because, I don't know, Black Hole has access to those DF bodies seemingly very easily. And I don't know that I've seen OC Toys really develop a full figure before, so it kind of makes sense for it to be a collab. But they've not disclosed what it is yet, so I mean, we'll see. And let me see, Sai sent the pictures really quick, so I'll put them on the screen. We got this Vegito body here from Heroes, or Super Dragon Ball Heroes more specifically, and we got the regular blue and orange. So for those of you that missed out on the Kong bodies, I mean, you're not SOL yet, but we also don't know how long it'll be before these even come. But judging by the fact that OC has already started work with the accessories for that Vegito, I mean, probably not that far away. So yeah, so much still coming between different studios. What do you guys think?
Oh, you said a whole lot. But I also think that you said everything pretty much that needed to be said about OC. They claim the fame right now is going to be the Vegito head sculpt, and also, of course, I'm definitely a fan of that Dragon Ball Heroes gi for Vegito. You mentioned something about them having 5 different body molds for Vegito, and that's like, whoa, 5?
Yeah, let me see if I can find that comment actually too.
And you know what? It's doable too if you really think about it. Like, because even just going off the Heroes by itself, that's 2 different molds by itself. Just Heroes by itself. Because you got this one, right? And then you have the other one where he has like the long drape, like how Xeno Goku has when you do the fusion. You also have that one, and his shirt on the inside is red, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, that's like 2. It's like two or 3 different sets of clothes that he has just from Heroes by itself. So I could definitely see him doing 5.
Oh, there goes OC
Yeah.
Toys, him having a phone in hand.
Yep.
And honestly, by the end of this all, I'm gonna be Vegeto'd out. Because
True.
there's just so much Vegito.
That's why I didn't get any of the
It's
new
not
Beast
even
Deity
funny.
stuff, because I don't know, I already had the body from the last release, and it wasn't so messed up that I couldn't use it. So, and man, I'm not trying to buy 3 studios worth of Vegito heads. That's just not possible. I can't do it. But any last thoughts, Sai or Bum?
Well, as somebody said in one of my comment sections, it's always Vegito. It's never Gogeta.
Because I don't want to Gogeta if he's not going to be the best figure ever in the whole entire line of Dragon Ball. Okay, I want nothing less but perfection for Gogeta. All right.
Preach. Facts. Gogeta has to be perfect. He legitimately has to be perfect. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. That man has to be perfect. 100%. But for me, y'all already know this. I told you this. Y'all know I worked on my 2.0 Capsule Corp, Gi, Goku, But I'm hyped for that Heroes Vegito, because now I get to make a 3.0 Goku with that. I'm gonna do a insane custom with that one for sure. Like, yeah, that I can't wait. Like, this one I'm hyped for. Like, yeah, because this is gonna be it. This is gonna be sick. And I can't wait for these to come out. Like, for real.
For sure. With that, I think I'm gonna kind of bundle these last 3 together, because they are kind of individual studios that you mostly will see on Xianyu. They have been getting a lot more exposure lately these last few months. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with people, now more reporting on this stuff. But before, I feel like AliExpress stores were kind of very slow to decide if they were going to take stock of this type of stuff. And even 5K Toys. 5K Toys seem pretty stationary when it comes to just sticking to Deb and I Go Fit, Beast Deities, Kong at the time, and maybe like 1 or 2 other people like Fang Customs. But they never really branched out as much as they were now, if that makes sense. And even for like the AliExpress stores, like Figure Model Store, they hold stuff. They had different effects and all that stuff, but they're more rapidly trying to get this stuff more often, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So like, talking first, we've got this they DCG, but on Xianyu their name is Yang, and there's also some Chinese characters in there which I don't know how to pronounce, unfortunately. But there's these stellar looking Goku sculpts that these things are just I don't even know how to describe them. They're incredible. They've got the looking down expression, the colors, the style of it. It's awesome. What do you guys think?
This is pretty much the quintessential looking Super Saiyan Goku hair sculpt. Really, if you want it to be dynamic or what have you, this is a really good looking Goku head sculpt, and even the base hair looks great. There's nothing more I can say about this besides, goddamn, like, I used to be like, yo, Thompson is the cream of the crop, but now he has some competition up there with him. Head sculpts, like I said, phenomenal. And the biggest gripe I could see, ultimately, is, of course, people don't want to just pay certain prices for head sculpts. And at that point, it's just a matter of, well, it's your preference. You do what you do. You do what you want to do with your money.
Right.
Man, this, like I said, that is the Goku head sculpt. For me, these, right? As soon as I saw these, and I told y'all this, instantly my mindset went to the original Dragon Ball Z movie 8 Broly movie. Instantly went to that poster cover. and I was like, yo, that almost looks identical to that. Like, look at that. Like, oh my god, like that's the Goku head sculpt I want right there. That is Goku. But the Super Saiyan head sculpt, I'm like, bruh, like that hair, like there's only like one or two things that's missing from that, and that essentially makes it that right there. Like that's it. Like that's it right there. Like that's instantly what my mind went. I'm like, yo. So all those head sculpts, I'm like, bro, I can custom that just a little bit to make it look exactly like this. And that right there, I'm done. I don't need any more other Goku head sculpts. Super Saiyan wise, that's it. That's gonna be my definitive Goku, like off the rip for me, Super Saiyan, because that's bro, that just looks so good. It looks ridiculously good. I'm like, yo, that is just spot on. Like I don't need nothing else. Like that's it. Like that is it. Like I said, one or two little things here, and then what else do you need? And you golden. You in there like swimwear. And I'm like, yo, these are just ridiculously phenomenal. Like I have nothing to say. Like this is so good. I was trying to find something wrong with them. Like I was trying to find something wrong with them. They just look that good. I was trying to find something wrong, and I can't. And yeah, I'm hyped for these. I can't wait.
For sure. I think for myself, even after like last night, the guy Steve Chen TC started tagging in some more Windy SSJ Goku head sculpts. Listen, man,
Yeah.
they all look fire. I'm just tapped out. All right, tapped out. All right, I think that is it from. Oh yeah, I'll give them an honorable. Oh Jesus Christ, that's how you know I've been talking for too long. I'll give them an honorable mention here. But Yang also had the, I believe, Super Saiyan 2 Goku sculpt renders, and they also made an actual model of it. I don't know if they have plans to do that later on in any capacity with 5K, but it looked okay. It was a little early, kind of rough, but it looked okay. And I think that they were going to start doing Vegito, but I don't know what made them change their mind. The Goku stuff randomly kind of popped up out of nowhere for these sculpts, at least. So maybe they'll jump back to it, or maybe they have plans for other stuff. I guess we'll find out in the far distant future. But moving forward, let's talk about HM. On Xianyu, their name is HMYR. I don't know if I should just put it all together like Himyur or just say HM. I don't know. I say both. You let me know what's right or wrong. But they have 3 different Vegito scopes, base, Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan Blue, just like OC Toys. However, HM was one of the, I think they were the first to announce that they were doing these, and their original sculpt of it looked great. Don't know why they felt the need to change it. They changed it to what you're seeing now. And in comparison, I don't think it looked, I think it looks a little bit less good. I don't want to say it looks worse or horrible, but it doesn't look as good as the original sculpt, in my opinion. But let me go to Steve Chen's page here, and you guys can see what the latest prototype model looks like of that. Like I said, it looks good. It looks all right, but it doesn't look as good as the original version, in my opinion. Both suit Vegito, fine, but yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where also it's like Worm, where those Gohans, those Super Saiyan 2 Gohan sculpts, man, they started off good and then they just like dragged at the end. I don't know.
Man, that hurt my heart, dude. That hurt my heart, dude. Man.
But yeah, so, and like I said in the beginning when we were talking about OC Toys, they didn't include the crossed arms here in the HM sets. Don't know why, but it seems like that's a Xianyu only thing for some reason. But you have to also buy all 3 kits in order to get the bonus head, which sucks. So that's probably what a lot of people are probably not going to be interested in buying this one, and probably just go for TKs whenever that goes up for pre-order, or even just wait for OC Toys if they're going to actually go through with the figure. So yeah, that's that. Any thoughts on HM stuff, guys? I mean, there's a lot of other HM stuff, but just to keep it down, I guess, to what's available on pre-order.
These Vegito head sculpts was they kind of, as my good man Saiorus coined this phrase, they got slapped into the dirt by OC Toys, because OC Toys, as you mentioned before, had so much more value and bang for your buck that, like, even though this was revealed first, it's, like I said, slapped into the dirt, slammed into the dirt, body suplexed into the dirt, however you want to say it. And now, I feel like HM is in a place where they gotta, basically, they have to rely on the preference in terms of art. Like, if somebody prefers this sculpt or art style,
Yeah.
or this look of Vegito's hair more, then they would get this one. But in terms of value, OC Toys got them beat. And then, of course, we have TK in the mix now, so it's just more competition for them. They're gonna have to find new things to add and things of that nature. I personally do like this head sculpt, but do I like it the most? I can't say that for sure, but I think it is great. It's a great head sculpt. Just that it's a lot of competition, and right now they're not winning that competition so far. But ultimately, time will tell the tale. It's really, with these Vegito head sculpts in general, it's just going to be a matter of what hair sculpt you prefer. Because in terms of like a level of, you know, detail and everything, they all on par with each other, in my opinion.
What about you, Sai? Any thoughts?
You already know where I'm at. You already said that I was all in on the original head sculpt, which I sent in the chat, like, so people could see what we're talking about. To see the differences between this and what was originally put out. Well, like, I'm so mad that they moved from that to this. That, me personally, because this went with a custom that I was gonna do. And this is like, to see somebody actually doing, you know, Vegito's hair like this, I was like, absolutely, like, yes, I need that. Like, we all saw, he was like, yo, this is hype, this is dope, this is dope. And then just that change, that segue into this, it was like, yeah, I'm good. It's like, I'm mad, like, yes, that right there, that was the original look that they had for it. And it's like, dang, man, like, well, why did you have to go and change it? You didn't have to change it. It looked perfectly fine how it was before. Like, I was all for that, man. But I mean, they still look good, you know, to each their own. Everybody, you know, that want to get those, you know, the new scope of it and everything like that. By all means, you know, have at it. Hope you guys enjoy it. As me, like I said, we had put in some orders for these. I know I did, definitely, and if it ends up being a new scope, I'll probably just sell those to whoever missed out or didn't get a chance to get their hands on.
Got you, for sure. One other thing, I almost forgot. They did put up pre-orders for that the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan head sculpts, and I mean we already saw the base, what's it called? Base Super Saiyan, and I think it was the Super Saiyan Goku head sculpt that also went out for pre-order from HM, but they're still working on a prototype, I think, for the Goku head sculpt, which is, they did it in separate kits, so I mean, you don't have to worry about it if you don't want it. I'm trying to find a picture of this right here. You can get it by itself, or you can get everything all together, but they're still working on this. There was a new render image, but again, got to see it in hand first to really get a good idea of what the sculpt is going to be, unless they change it. But so far, I mean, they look all right. I definitely want to wait to see all of the face sculpts in hand. That seems to be a thing with a lot of the third parties on Xianu, is they can suddenly change things drastically in the middle of production. That's the wildest thing to me. And so this can look like it is now for the next two to 3 months, and then randomly something drastic about it will look different.
Yeah.
So those are there. And I guess lastly, we talk about these Air SSG kits. Briefly brought it up earlier, and this is kind of the only thing competing with TK at the moment, vice versa. 3 different kits, 3 different styles of hair, mattes, and it looks like I think we're gonna be getting maybe 2 different types of translucent, or maybe one of them's translucent and the other one is more matte but brighter red. We haven't seen all 3 together next to each other like that very well yet, so hard to judge. But each kit comes with more or less not too many different faces. The one that I think is the best is probably the one that comes with the eyes closed, but every other kit more or less either has eyes looking different way or, you know, gritting, and then one yelling face split up. I know a lot of people don't really like buying kits that don't have all of the expressions with them. I've seen a lot of comments that always say, why is there no yelling face in this kit? Da, 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 da. And then people are not really happy about this type of setup with things being split up. Unfortunate. That's how they're making their money. They know the game. You know, they know that you're going to end up buying either all 3 just to get all the faces, or they know how to swindle you enough to get you to get, you know, at least one of them. Unfortunate, but that's kind of just the standard business practice you'll notice most of the time now. But yeah, I think Steve Chen, again, he's been popping up with a lot of pictures, which I assume are located again in a private group because they don't post these to Xianyu. I don't really see him on Taobao. But yeah, this is just another one of the sculpts. And yeah, nothing too crazy about that. Any thoughts, guys?
My favorite Super Saiyan God head sculpt by far. Once again, this is taken from when, I don't know if y'all remember when Super Saiyan God was fighting Kefla and, Kefla too, but Caulifla and Kale.
Yep.
And once again, Yuya Takahashi was on that theme.
Yes, sir.
Which is
Yes,
why
sir.
I love this head sculpt so much. I like that art style. So from when I first saw it, I was like, these might be my favorite head sculpts, period. Because yeah, exactly. Ooh, it looks real nice, yeah. But I love these head sculpts so much. Only thing, like as Burst just mentioned, the fact that the faceplates are split amongst, you know, the different 3 head sculpts to get you to buy all 3, that definitely does suck. That is the nature of the beast, unfortunately, as it is. The only way to change that is to just not buy it.
Yeah.
With any company, right? But, you know, we're undisciplined in that way, so we're going to buy it. So, you know, what are you going to do? Once again, my favorite head sculpts, almost might be period, just because of my bias towards this particular look. But, yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
I'm with you. You already know that. We gushed over this. So you saw even I gushed. Like this right here is, yes, they speak all day, every day. Like 100%. These are those are the Super Saiyan God head sculpts for sure. Like turn him into power somehow, some way. I just had a crazy idea. Which we have to talk about him if he's not on the roster. Ekin Toys.
Oh yeah.
Talk about him.
I could
talk about him.
Yeah.
So like, cause like if he drops his stuff too, that head sculpt is gonna be perfect to go with that figure. That's gonna be it right there. You literally will have the perfect Tournament of Power 3.0 Super Saiyan God UI sign in UI Goku. 100%. Like that will be the perfect setup all day, every day. So like, yeah.
But yeah, honestly, this thing, at least for the Goku, he said he's not gonna be able to work on it this year, so it'll be a while before this thing comes out, man.
Okay, so earlier in the video, I referenced my personal favorite Ultra Instinct, and this one is the one I think is going to be my favorite in particular. It looks like everything I pretty much would want from Ultra Instinct Goku. It has that slimmer, leaner look. It also is straight up, from what I can tell, when I was looking at this particular render, it looks like a straight up upgrade from Tamashi's Ultra Instinct mold. It looks like they took that mold and just resculpted some things, upgraded it for, the 3.0 era, and I said, Viola, here you go. And like I said, my personal favorite of the Ultra Wars. But we'll see. Time will tell. Who knows? Somebody could come out of nowhere and produce something that I'm like, nah, this is my favorite. That's what happens with third party a lot, actually. Like people coming out of nowhere with a brand new sculpt or mold, and it's like, yo, I thought this one was my favorite, but this one's my favorite. And that can happen a couple of times over. Yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
This right here is, this, again, he said, this won't be ready to, he won't be getting started on this till, next year. Which, again, I'm perfectly fine with. You already see he's doing the Gohan Beast stuff, just Gohan, Super Saiyan base, all that stuff. Which, for me, I love his Gohan Beast head sculpts. But I'll get to that in a second, but this MUI Goku and MUI Sign, like I said, going along with those Super Saiyan God head sculpts, you'll have literally the perfect tournament Power Goku, off the rip. You're going to have the perfect tournament Power Goku. You put all that together, that's it, yo. That's it 100%. You won't need to buy another one. This will be it, because what makes it really dope is you get one with the shirt and one without the shirt. And even with the shirt, he could sell you a third figure. He could also give you a capsule Corp Gigo, but if you really got froggy with it, like, hey, you know what?
Man.
And there you go. And that will be it. So it's like, yo, my brother, if you're listening, go ahead. Drop that capsule Corp Goku with that. Give him the black shirt. Give him a little, and you're good. You're golden. That's it. There's nothing else. And there you go. And now here you go, with the Gohan Beast, right here for me, bruh, this is it. Instantly, when I see this, all I think is the manga. When Broly told him to go Beast, and he goes Beast. And that's it. Or when they showed up at my man's house, and Gohan went Beast. That is my favorite. That's my favorite panel of Gohan Beast. My man glasses breaking, he in his sandals, he at the crib chilling, he's like, oh, he about to catch his hand. That is the best picture for me personally of Gohan Beast. So it's for this, I see this, and it's yo, this is sick. That's sick right there. That's the look that I get. Instantly, I'm taken back to the manga. And that's why I'm digging what he's putting out. I can't wait to see more of what he has in store for us, for real. This is just, it's gonna be so fire.
Definitely. Wholeheartedly agree. With that, you kind of brought us into our segue into the last topic then, since we kind of just went over this Ekin toy stuff, which I'll bring out the Super Saiyan 2 Gohans from Air and HM. They have a very interesting Beast Gohan Cell Saga type of sculpt, which is kind of wild, man. You know what's crazy? I've seen a whole bunch of Dragon Ball mods for a Beast Gohan or a Gohan Blanco in the Cell Saga, and it's just interesting to see this become an actual accessory that you can buy for your figure. Obviously, it's meant to just be more of SSJ2 Gohan, but as a little bit of an extra variant, because there are people who like wacky stuff out there. They decided to do this, which there also is supposed to be more accessories to it that they just haven't shown yet. That's at least how I translated it when I use Google Translate, of course. But yeah, any thoughts on this last set of stuff to talk about with the SSJ2 Gohans or anything else?
Real quick, this is the perfect what if thing, especially with Spark and Zero coming out. You've seen the what if scenario. What if Goku turns Super Saiyan against Great Vegeta in the Saiyan Saga, right? And so you could say, what if Gohan went Beast against Cell, right? I think that's perfect for that. And also HM Studios is their Beast Gohan is my personal favorite hair sculpt. And that's for the regular Beast Gohan, not this one with the Super Saiyan 2 S
That
Go.
one, that one fit more. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely that does fit more. With yeah, you're right. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Good.
No, you good money. But yeah, I'm definitely excited. You know, I'm always excited for Gohan stuff. I got the bias towards Gohan. You know, is it too much? Objectively, yeah, it is. It's too much. However, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I can't lie. I'm here for it. But yeah, super excited for it. Your thoughts, brother Sai?
Yeah, it's again. You already know. I know the take. You know, Goku's the mascot. Gohan's the favorite. like you know what I'm saying. Like we know that. Like these look fire. Like they look really good. Like yeah, I'm getting these two. like I'm getting these again. I'm stuck on just the manga panels because as opposed to how it looked in the movie, you know, with that art style, with that choice of animation, the manga is where you really start to actually like Gohan, the look of Gohan Beast a lot more.
Yeah.
The more you see how it was drawn in the manga, the more and more you're like, okay, I can get behind this. This looks sick, man. This looks dope. And then the more you see, you know, how they're just doing different things with the transformation, how they're doing stuff with it, it's like, yo, that's sick, you know. And that's with these head sculpts coming out, it's like, yo, they're capitalizing on that, which is really dope. Like, I really like that, you know, because now it just makes more people like turn towards the manga, like, hey, yo, check this out, like, this is sick, like, check this out, this is dope. So, like, yeah, this is perfect. Like, I'm really looking forward to these. Like, I really can't wait. Like, I'm really sitting here trying to figure out how I can get a body to have him walking around in the dad clothes, the casual dad clothes, to do that one scene, have to find some broken glasses or something like that. Yeah, like I really want to do that. Say again?
Put Tonson on the case.
That would be clutch. For real, man. Like, yeah, like it's just everybody. Y'all see the explosion of third party that has happened in like the past 2 years. So it's like, man, at this point, just give it some time. Whatever you're thinking of, whatever you've been asking for, I would say just be patient and just give it some time at this point, you know, because like who knows who's gonna do what, you know, like nobody knows who has what up their sleeve, what's coming down the pipeline, and this is just, you know, and the crazy part is we're just touching on this stuff. This isn't even everything. There's still more. There's still more. There's still so much more. Like there's a whole Super Saiyan 3 Trunks. Like there's a lot. There's a lot. Like it's just. Again, we can't stress this stuff enough, you know, hey, like, keep your eyes and ears, you know, to the ground for this stuff. And then, again, like I said earlier, read what we post instead of just getting caught in the pictures. Read what we're saying, because that's going to point you in the direction for all the information that you're probably going to end up asking. Like, this stuff is just... It's exploded, and next year, yo, Tamashi, they are going to go ham. So y'all be ready for that. Third party is kicking into high gear. This year. Next year, Tamashi's gonna be like, all right, that was cute. Hold my beer. So be at the ready, yo.
Definitely, and like you said, they're like we tried to cover as much as possible, and I mean we get a little sidetracked, but. This thing is 4 hours long, bro. Like, there's too much to talk about, and like actually between 3 and 4 people, or even more in the future, like trying to get our thoughts down, we'd have to condense. Not condense. We'd have to limit ourselves to maybe like 1 minute of talk time per topic, per studio, per company, whatever. Trying to talk about this stuff, and I mean, there's so much more we want to talk about. Like, if possible, I would love to connect my phone and just scroll through Xeon. You know, we could all talk about like what we see on a daily basis on there, what we see on Bilibili, all that stuff. But there's just like, it's such a broad spectrum. Like when people say, "Oh, I feel like there's too many third parties," I get what you're saying. There absolutely are a lot. I don't think it's a problem that there's a lot. It's just a lot of them do the same type of thing. You know, and keeping track of, oh, we got to compare these three to each other, see which one is the best and see which one is going to do better or which one I want, whatever. That's where it gets really like mind boggling and draining. But we all try to, you know, stay in the know with that stuff. And I mean, you see, it's a good thing that there's more people popping up to show this stuff. Cause I mean, I sit on the internet all day looking for these photos, and eventually I may come across them, or Bomb will come across them, or Sai will come across them, or somebody else will DM, whatever, you know. But it's also good for other people to start, I feel, you know, sharing the stuff. Like Steve Chen, TC, man, there's wherever he finds that stuff, I don't know. But I'm thankful because it also helps just to spread news around in other parts of the community that I may not be involved with, or, you know, whatever. So there's a lot, and I would say pay attention to all the posts that Sai does in the Facebook group. It's the Kong / I think it's Kong Studios group chat is what it's named right now still. Pay attention to Bombastic's videos. He does really good at doing the videos. I'm kind of off and on with doing videos, so watch his videos. I do community posts, like I'm on that. So if you stick to the community tab, that's my tip to you. But yeah, you guys have any closing thoughts or have any questions you want to answer?
Well, I haven't been looking. I was going to ask if there's any questions. You have to put them in the chat real quick. But I also don't want to hold these two gentlemen up.
We could do like 5 minutes worth of questions. Maybe less. Maybe I'll give you a countdown, like 2 minutes and 30 seconds, because I can tell Sai is getting tired over there. It's been 4 hours though, man. Like yeah, this is why we don't get to do it super often, because like we dedicate a lot of time to just trying to talking about everything that we can in the time we have available to talk. So that's why it's like kind of sporadic. Sometimes we do it, and sometimes we push it back until everybody's free to do it.
Yeah, but like for me, this is how you know we dedicated to y'all, and everything that we do, make sure the information get out there, right? For me, my time right now is 12:28 a.m.
Sheesh.
Yes.
12:28 a.m. And guess what? I gotta go to work tomorrow. So, can't tell us dedication ain't there. You know what I'm saying? And you know what's crazy? Even with thinking that, guess what just popped into my head that I wanted to talk about that we didn't get to talk about?
Who?
One pretty fast. I ain't gonna lie.
The Air front head sculpt.
Oh. It's too much, Brand. There's so much.
Yeah, see, no, like, you know, like, yo, just, and it looks good. Like, it's the only, like, it looks phenomenal. It's the ponytail one.
Yeah.
The only one that's doing the ponytail. It looked fine. It looked so dope. But it's just like, you know, it's like, yo, like, again, like I said, there's just so much. Like, there's always so much. So again, that's why I can't stress enough. Read, and y'all
question. If they are.
Well, like, yeah, for sure. Like, yo, if y'all got any questions, you know.
I'm actually looking at the chat. This whole time I wasn't looking at the chat, so.
It's okay. If there are questions, you can leave them in the comments. They will be answered as best to our ability. Because I'll be honest, some of y'all ask me questions that I don't have the answer for. Like, we don't work with 5K Toys. We don't work with any of those stores. When they decide that they can post or list stuff, that's up to them. We won't know unless they want to tell us that information to share, but they don't tell us that stuff. Does the current SHF market feel upside down? Used to think third party would fill the roster, Tamashi cook up the main courses, but now it's the opposite. I don't really feel like it's the opposite, because these third parties, again, are still mostly just doing the same thing. They're not venturing out too far out into the wild. I mean, like the Broly, you know, The Trunks and the Kid Buu, like that's like pushing it out there to start working on new stuff, but I don't feel like they've taken a big leap that it feels like the market is upside down.
I could see why you might feel that way, just off the strength of, like, for example, when we look at third party moves very fast in the sense that it's always something new to be seen. With Tamashi is actually filling out the roster, hence, like, even our most recent release, right, with Quee. But it's just that they move much slower by comparison, right? Because ultimately, when you look out through the year, Tamashi has dropped a lot. It's just that third party is every day that we're getting something new.
I mean, yeah, and at the same time, you also have to keep in account, right? Tamashi, like, literally, like you said, out of 12 months of the year, we're getting something like, what, 11 months out of the year, we're getting a figure. Because what, pretty much the only time that we really don't get a figure is what, August, every year, but every other month, we have a release from them. Whether it's general release or premium Bandai, there's a release, right? So third party though is just, you're seeing more stuff of what you want Tamashi to make, you know what I'm saying, versus what they're actually dropping, you know. So third party, they're moving at the pace of the fans, you know. That's what they're doing. They're like, all right, cool. And then even still to some degree, it's to what Tamashi is doing. So with that, you're like, okay, well, third party is making what I want, what I've been wanting Tamashi to make for so long, and Tamashi's taking too long to make. So of course, you know, in your eyes, it may seem like, okay, it's flipped, but it's really, really not. It's because, I mean, let's be real, collecting is a selfish hobby, right? You're gonna buy what you wanna buy, you're gonna spend your money on what you wanna spend your money on. So essentially, it's like, all right, cool, whatever shines brighter, you know, whatever shines bright like a diamond in your eyes, that's what you're gonna go with. That's what's more so giving you that warm fuzzy versus the other thing.
All right, I think we got one more quick question to answer. What makes those new SSJ3s so special? Why are they pre-order only? And is this the future of their releases? I know one of y'all made a video on the whole pre-order thing. And I'm assuming this is talking about the Kong Studios burstzgyt Super Saiyan 3s, right?
What makes it special, my good man Wilfred? I don't think there's anything so special about it. That's just how burstzgyt operates. They only operate via pre-order. A lot of the leftover stock that you guys see that, you know, happens to go very fast, it's just people that didn't do the second payment on their pre-order, and 5K Toys is like, all right, well, since y'all didn't make that second payment, we're gonna sell it to people that can buy it immediately. There's nothing super duper special about them per se. That's just how burstzgyt operates. They operate through pre-order, unlike, you know, DF, which will operate more like a general release, and burstzgyt operates kind of more akin to like a premium Bandai type of thing, in the sense that it's limited.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth. Literally, I was gonna say, like, that's how they are. Like, their stuff is made to order. Like for burstzgyt, all their stuff is made to order, right? So you'll have like 5K, they'll put their order in for however many, you know, they put in stock for themselves that they want, and then you have however many the customers actually put in their orders for, right? Same thing with AliExpress. You know, when you're gonna buy this stuff from AliExpress, Yanyu, Taobao, whatever, it's just you're getting those orders put in that way. That's it. Same exact thing. They're not making any more than that. That's all they're making, right? So like that's why, like, if you see some like offshoot ones come up out of nowhere, like some older ones, it's like, okay, cool, you know, hey, somebody didn't pay for this, we found this in the back. Oh, okay, well, hey, just put it out there. Cool, that's just what it is. And that's essentially what it is. And that's even Tamashi Nation, they do that too. Like, for example, the Raditz that they dropped on the cons last year, you know what I'm saying? Those things, they were old. They were old. Like, do you know that they were old? Because people, once they got them in hand, more people saying, yo, this thing just broke on me. All I did was move the leg. This thing was old. They've been sitting in warehouses. Like, they were old, you know? So that's really what that was. So it's the same thing when it comes to these deals. Like, all of their sales will always be a pre-order. Every single one of them. So like you said, nothing about it makes it special, you know, in that regard. Just know that, like you said, picture them as premium Bandai. That's the best, that's literally the best analogy for it. We got room for one more question. I'll take one more question. One more question. We can do one more question. I like threes.
All right. If we get one more question in the next 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah.
I'll be
Okay,
on.
let
Go
me-
ahead. Go ahead.
I just like Mr. Santiago. The reason why that is think about it. Super Saiyan 5 is a fan fiction form. Nobody really like once it's fan fiction, you can expect the stock to just to stay there for a little bit, because versus something that's Super Saiyan 3, we know what Super Saiyan 3 is, but not something that's fan fiction is always going to be, less popular. Like some people would even say Super Saiyan 5 is an ugly design. I don't think it is, but they'll say it's an ugly design. I don't want this, So I think that's a matter of popularity as to why the Super Saiyan 5s are still in stock, even though those were said to me to order as well.
Nah, bro. People want to wait and see how Tablos' version turns out. That's why. That's what they're really waiting for. Also, yeah, that is a thing. He actually is saying he's making his own figures. So we're all waiting to see how it turns out, because I don't know. He had a really big problem with everybody else doing theirs. And I mean, genuinely, I don't know if he actually owns the character or not, but he says he does. So
Well,
that's that.
I mean, he was the first to have that. His character did debut in the magazine, and he's the reason why we thought that Super Saiyan 5 was and Dragon Ball AF was a thing. So yeah, that's his original character design.
Like,
But
does he own legally? Does he own it though? Is what I mean. Like, legally, do you
okay.
own it? Because the idea is yours, 100%. The idea is his, but do you own it to that level of you could try to, I don't know, sue somebody to make profit off of that? That's what I mean.
Oh, I don't know about that. That's a little sketchy. I don't know if he could do all that, but
Because the whole thing with it is, right, like, okay, like, he can copyright it legally, like, Tablos, that's his character, all that and everything else, right? But to, like, sue somebody, he can't, because his likeness is based off of something else entirely different. It's based off of something else that's already been copyrighted. So, in those terms, if he was to legally try to pursue anything, he would put himself in a can, he would open up another can of worms with that right there. So him going after somebody else would initially means, okay, Shueisha comes after him. Because it's like, wait a minute, you're suing somebody for ripping off your character. Well, that's the case, we need to sue you for ripping off our character, because your likeness is literally based off of our characters to the fullest. You can't deny that everything is there. The tail, the fur on the body, the way the hair is, all of that, you would lose that fight. So whatever you would get from him trying to go after anybody else would ultimately just end up leaving his hands immediately and going to like Shueisha and stuff like that. So
Right.
it'll be a lose-lose battle, no matter what.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I don't see any more new questions, so I think that is going to end it for this stream. So I appreciate anybody who came out. This was one of those times when we just kind of randomly decided to do it this way. Usually we were, pre-record it and whatnot, but I think we had a good time doing it in this format. We probably will do it again here and there. So with that,
I just like to ask, let us know if y'all want us to do it in a live format more often, or would you rather just pre-record it and then it's uploaded to both our channels?
Yep, yes sir. But yeah, so definitely subscribe to Bomb. I'll put the links, should be already in the description for them. But also, do you want me to link your other Insta account site or just the one?
The one that I post all the figure stuff on, just
I got you. I'll update the link in a little bit. But yeah, follow both of them. Stay up to date on the news. They all cover it too. And yeah, this has been a long stream, 4 hours and 14 minutes and ongoing while I'm talking. But I appreciate everybody who showed up. We had a lot of love out here. And yeah, Santiago, You know, I probably will put up Sparking Zero here and there later on when it comes. I don't know if Bomb will or if Sai will be interested, but I probably will be playing it here and there. I don't know how often that will happen, but here and there it may happen, or I may just open up another channel so it doesn't mess with what I got going on this channel. But yeah, with that, we will catch you guys later. Leave any new comments, questions in the comments of this now video after I press end stream, and we will catch you in the next one. Peace out.
Thank you, everyone.
Peace. Hey, fantastic.